sass in every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. With a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine your life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. In the studio we laugh all day. She's got that sass in every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin.
Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Hey, y'all. Hey, how's everybody doing? Thank y'all so much for being here. I appreciate it. Maggie, there's Maggie. Hello, Maggie, love. How are you feeling?
I'm okay. I'm feeling much better, thank you.
Oh, you sound like you smoked a half a pack of cigarettes.
It's only when I talk, but I'm getting longer out of it now. But honestly, I've definitely turned a corner today and I feel much better.
Oh, good. Good. Well, are you drinking lots of vitamin C and taking lots of vitamins and stuff like that?
Well, no, but I've been having lots of honey and I've just had something to eat. I felt hungry, so I've just had a bowl of porridge. So I'm doing good. Yeah.
Well, I hope you continue to get better because we miss you.
I miss you too. And you know what? Honestly, I really do. All I've done is sleep, but I do feel much better now. I really do. So I know I'm getting better now because I couldn't talk without coughing, Lee. And I'm getting longer now, you know, in between coughing and not coughing. So it's great. It's just my sides are really sore with coughing all the time.
Oh man, that's the worst, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it
Yeah,
is. It
yeah.
especially when you haven't had a cough for a while and then you cough and you're like, "Ugh," kills.
Mm, do you have to
I
hold a pillow up to your rib cage when you're
I
coughing?
I just twist my t-shirt. I mean, I just twist it into my sides when I cough. Oh, it's awful. You know, when you wake up
Oh,
through the night and you're not prepared and it just gets you. But I think I'm
yeah.
getting past that one now, so all good.
Well, God bless you. We love you.
Oh,
And
lovely. Couldn't wait to get back for this.
so whatever you feel like doing, if it gets too much or
I
whatever,
know.
you take care of yourself. Because I was going to tell you, I've got a lot of tabs open again, you guys, for today. This is our fourth. Well, let's say hello to, let's see who all's here in chat. Thank you guys for being here. Will you hit the like for us? We appreciate that so much. That's Maggie. She's under the weather, but she's
Hi,
turned a corner.
everyone. I'm turned a corner. I'm all right.
Let me tell you this, Maggie, before I forget, because
Go on.
I listened to your live the other day, and it was a great live, by the way. I
Oh,
loved it,
God.
and I loved that you got Sean's shirt off. I was like, wait, what? What's happening? I
and
wasn't even
and
there for it.
it didn't even ask.
I know.
Didn't even
You
ask.
it's
I was
it's the
paid up.
Maggie it's the Maggie effect. She doesn't have to ask, but I do.
See, see, just don't, and they want to throw it at you then, Lee. Do you know what I mean? Treat them mean, keep them keen, girl.
That's what it is.
I only went on to say sorry to Anne, and then
Yeah.
stopped being on 4.5 hours later.
Oh, it was a good live. I enjoyed it so much. But I wanted to tell you, so the problem you were having with your stuff with Anne is, yes, you can have StreamYard open and you can have uh YouTube open at the same time, but when you're on panel, you have to make sure that because you're using StreamYard when you're on someone's panel.
Mhm.
Make sure that your YouTube is silenced.
Yeah. Well, I did that on the last one when I got it right because I was just closing it on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not realizing it was on the laptop. So it was my son came in and said, "No, you need to close that." But then when I went to speak to Anne to say it was sorted, she'd gone. So I just
Mm.
said, "I'm
Okay.
sorry, Anne."
All right. So I just wanted to make sure that I told you about that so you could do it
Yeah.
as well. You just have to make sure. Okay. Hi everybody. Thank you guys for being here. We appreciate it so much. Lolly, hello girl. How you doing? Alyssa's here. Hello. Good to see you guys. Pink fan, thank you so much for coming in. Aussie True Crime, hello. Hello, girl. Let's see who else. Who am I missing? Lulu, Cooey. No, we got not only the English invasion going on here, but the Aussies are dropping in. I love it so much.
How come? What time is it there? I thought it was early hours.
In the morning. Yeah, it's in the morning. Lou's probably getting ready to go to work.
Yeah, go to work. That's right.
Yeah. Uh,
Hello, Lou.
Jay Badass is in the FBI's here. You guys behave. Are
I've
you?
just been talking to JB. I've just been having a little chat to her. She's so patient because I never get back to her straight away.
Yeah,
And
I
she
mean,
just,
I don't get back to anybody straight
I'm
away, and
terrible.
I'm tired of. I mean, everybody's sick of my excuses and my apologies, so I'm just like, you know, that's the Laney effect. But I struggle with emails and messages. I really, really do. I can't help it. Lunch lady's here, you guys. Hello, lunch lady.
Hi,
Um,
Lunchy.
I think I'm looking at everybody in here. I'm sure there's people that are in the bushes. Hello to those that are in the bushes. DT True Love, hello, sweetheart. Good to see you. Um, before we start off here, before we do anything, can the mods start dropping links of, especially all the mods links? Drop those, and then also, if anybody who we know that really supports the channel. I try to do it on every live, but well, when I'm on the computer because you could pick it up right away. But sometimes I just forget to say it during the live, especially like this day. So before we get into this, will you guys please drop your links? If you guys are not subbed up to our to other creators that are in this chat, y'all need to. You need to. It's our community. We all hang out together when we can. Aussie True Crime, she literally does true crime. I felt so
Oh,
bad. I was so exhausted. I dropped into hers in the middle of the night, my time, and got to see her for a minute and listen in on what she was doing about William. Lunch Lady goes live. You guys, I got to spend some time listening to her and Jay Brad on panel together. And they're funny women. And I was getting my chores done while laughing my ass off at them.
oh,
And of course, Lunch Lady does all of our music here on our channel as well. And on her channel, she has beautiful music as well. Anybody else that I'm missing that's got a channel? Maybe you could think of Anne. Yes, Anne, a lovely lady that's living in
oh,
Turkey. She's from South Africa. And she's been living in Turkey for many years, and she does some great shorts about her community,
yeah.
her home, and interviews. She has interviewed Maggie and I on different occasions. Lunch Lady's been up on her panel before. Check out her channel, you guys. Her voice is so
Got a
it
lovely
feel yeah,
tone, isn't it? Nice,
it just feels like you
relaxed,
just
friendly.
grab a cup of tea and go sit with
Yeah.
her, and she'll share some wisdom. There's going to be some wisdom. That's
She
what I
said you
feel.
can do it, you can interview her, that's what she said, Lee.
Yeah, we need to set up to be able to do
Need
that.
I said we need to get all our questions down. She had some good ones, doesn't she?
I know. Yeah, she does.
Couldn't even think.
Yeah. And they're on the spot kind of things, but I
Yeah,
dig it. It's different when you're the one being interviewed than
I just
rather
went
than
blank,
interviewing. Yeah.
totally blank.
And then there is I call her Jay Badass. Lunch Lady calls her Jay Brat. But that's Jay
She should
Brad.
get a channel.
She took it down. What'd you say?
Oh, she should do a channel.
Jay Brad, she does. She puts on videos of her cats.
No, but I mean, she should get on and do live.
I think eventually she might. She's been her and Lunch Lady been kind of working together like we do, and
Yeah.
maybe they'll start switching off. And but listen, we love animals here. I don't know that anybody here doesn't love animals. Maybe that's another reason why we connect. And so Jay Badass's animals are they're legendary as well in the community. There's 2 chicks in a pond. That is Maggie and my's second channel in case
It's been a while.
it's been a long while.
Yeah.
In case something ever happens to this, we know where to find each other.
No way,
Yes,
I'm working with that brass. Oh, Dr. True Love, you love my accent. Thank you.
it is beautiful, isn't it?
Am I
It is.
sounding Irish or Scottish today?
You're sounding like a deep smoker today. A deep smoker.
Felt like my lungs have been totally congested like a smoker, but honestly, I'm fine. Have we got any? Do you know if there's been any updates on Brian Kohberger? Because I haven't watched anything.
Maggie, I've had. I feel kind of ashamed, but life is life, right? Just because
Oh my God,
I
don't
get
be
up here.
ashamed. You do enough.
Yeah, I've had a lot going on that any YouTube I've been watching has been either something black and white
Mhm.
or history. Yesterday when I was in here and I was cooking and trying to get everything done, and y'all, I know it seems like I must have like 20 people that live with me because I'm always saying I'm working in here. you just have to understand where I come from. I mean, I just have a severe problem with, like, my house is clean. You would walk around and go, "Oh, this house is so clean." But to me, it's not clean. I can't help it. So when I say I'm cleaning house, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'm just doing to do. I'm redoing. I don't know how to explain it. Uh-oh. You're roboting. You're roboting, Mags. Uh-oh. Hopefully she gets that figured out. Melly Joe is still asleep. Yes, she probably is. Jay Badass says, "You shut up, Lynchy. You are working with her." DTR is getting ready to move. Oh, I've been looking at houses lately, you guys. I don't know why, but I've got the itch, and I know we're planning on selling this house within the next 2 years, and I'm already looking at places. Can't help it. It's just what I do. But anyways, when Maggie comes back, we'll get this started. We've got a lot to work with. If you have not, I think everybody in here pretty much has been following this with us and doing these lives with us. But Maggie did a playlist, and this one will be added into the playlist. If you haven't had a chance to go over part 1, 2, or 3 already, go and listen to them. Listen to them on 1, 2, 5 speed, and get caught up to where we're at, or don't. It doesn't matter. I think we learn something every time we go on here. And anyways, so my plan is, for those that don't know, maybe someone hanging out in the bushes, my plan is that every Wednesday we do Kohberger Wednesday, so that by the time the trial comes, which is scheduled to start on August the 11th, my birthday's the 12th, so I feel like that's what I'm getting for my birthday. So I want to be all caught up, everybody understand what's going on, because I will be, unless the creek don't rise, unless Jesus don't come back and the creek don't rise, I will be live every day for court. We will be having a watch party every day during when court is in session, if you want to join us for that. So that's what we're doing, getting everybody caught up, having discussions about what's going on in Idaho. And yeah, so there we go. Maggie came back.
Oh, God, the Wi-Fi went off.
Oh, they can't do that during Kohberger Wednesday. You
Oh,
just got to get a hold
just
of your people.
all the times for that to happen had to be there, didn't it? So just in case it does it again, rather than me interrupt you, I'll just disappear and come back.
Oh, you're fine. You're not interrupting me. There's a couple things I wanted to let you know. Okay, so I've got quite a few tabs open up that I wanted to go over today. I wanted to go over how people found out, like how the families found out
Yeah.
about their children being murdered. I wanted to talk a little bit, just show some interviews and things like that, and what friends have to say about Brian Kohberger himself, or ex-friends or ex-acquaintances. So, y'all, I kept pulling, and before I knew it, I had 2 pages of things pulled up, and I was like, I gotta just stop. But there's so much to talk about. Maggie, there's so much. There's so much to talk about.
Well, good. I can't wait.
So I was just like, all right, let's just stick to this, Lainey. There's another week coming. I was thinking to myself, oh my God, maybe we should do 2 days a week, because there's so much of this out there. I mean, and I'm not talking about people's views. I'm
Maybe we
talking
should
about,
then.
maybe we should. Maybe we should.
I think that'd be good.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe we should, because I'm not talking about like what other people cover. I'm talking about press releases and family interviews,
everything.
and how in depth this crime really, really is. Maybe we should think about it. Maybe do a Wednesday and a Friday.
Yeah,
I don't know.
definitely. I'm up for it.
I love Kohberger Wednesdays, but another reason why I
Yeah.
love Kohberger Wednesdays is because I absolutely don't have to cook. Because Beefcake knows that when he gets home, I will be on this machine hanging out with y'all. So I'm like, so now I call it Kohberger Wednesday with leftovers. Ha! I was like, there's 3 nights of meals in there. Go pick out what you want to eat
Go
or
to Chippy.
smorgasbord.
Go to
I
Chippy for fish and chips.
No, he's got it. No, no food goes wasted in this house, Maggie.
Good, good.
None. I can't deal with it.
I don't like
One
food
day
still.
I'm gonna do one day I'm gonna do a live of my pantry and my refrigerator, and y'all are just gonna have a fit because to look at my pantry and my refrigerator, you would think we're in the Depression. Because I don't buy just to buy. When I go to my sister's house, there's freaking food everywhere. You can't put nothing else in the refrigerator. I'm like, oh my God, who needs this much food? And I've never been like that. Never. Like I
No, I
use,
haven't, I haven't. I've been, even at Christmas, I don't overbuy because the
yeah,
shops are open all the time.
yeah. I just can't. I've learned how to downscale stuff, with each child that has left
Mm.
the house. It was really hard. Well, we'll have to get into
See,
that another
that's
time
what I
because
meant to ask you, yeah, and I will another time. How did you cope for? Go on, I'll ask you that another time. Just remind me. I want to know how you coped cooking for so many and then going to so little. I
okay,
want
I'm
to
writing
know.
that down because I
Yeah,
really am
'cause I'd
gonna do
love
a
to
live
know.
on my
Yeah, I know going from all the kids
yeah. Okay.
and yes, and about your childhood too, because you were very young. And what was it like, sort of being young and with your kids? I want to know all that. Write it all down, Lee.
Write it all down, Lee. Okay,
Write it all
young.
down. We all want to know.
Okay. All right, so we'll do that. Godfather, hello. RC's in the house.
All
Thank you
right,
for showing up.
see. Good to see you, love.
So, Maggie, what I wanted to tell you is there are parts of this that I'm going to need your voice for, but if you can't do it, don't
No,
feel
I'll have a
obligated
go.
but I did pull up, I know you guys remember this, those that have been following this Kohberger case. A YouTuber, Chronicles of Olivia, uh, was the Goncalvises, Kaylee's parents, found out that Kaylee followed her on YouTube,
Yeah,
and they invited her to their home, and she was the one that was able to do a full interview
yeah, seen
with
that.
them. I have got that. The only problem is I haven't reached out to her and asked her if I could use it. God, you guys, it had like 32K or something. I don't remember. It was an insane amount of people that have watched it. So maybe you've seen it, but I just want to remind us about it.
Yeah,
So some of the stuff you may already know about, but I just want to bring it to the forefront because maybe we have questions now. Um, and when we're doing stuff like that, like the news footage, I don't mind just showing that straight out because they're not going to strike me. You know what I mean? They just want to
hmm,
share
yeah,
monetization. And I just laugh because I don't monetize these at all. I don't.
hmm,
I don't. But when I'm showing a creator's things, we have to stop it like at least every minute and just
yeah,
say, bada bing, bada bang, bada fuko, something like that. Uh, and absolutely make sure that we're dropping, our copyright and stuff. So if you could help me out with that. Thank you,
yeah.
Pink Fin, for dropping uh, Chronicle of Olivia's link for us that
Ah,
you're
you
gonna see
ping.
in this clip.
Should I put a
And
banner up now then, Lee? If you used to
yeah,
go across.
I think let's do that.
Oh, no,
This
not that one. Hang
Well,
on.
let's just go ahead and say that what we're talking about, it could cause some trigger warnings. So just protect
Which
yourself and
do you want the trigger
um
warning then, or the
no, no,
other
no,
one?
that's fine. This one
That's
is
right.
good. That
Okay.
way we're always Anyways, I think we're gonna watch that first, because that happened like right at the beginning. It also
Yeah.
tells how the Goncalves family found out about their child, which is
Oh God.
devastating. I am, oh my God, I want to know as parents. Like I'm already getting chill bumps on my body because I know how
Oh.
they found out. And it makes me sick. Like, I can actually feel as a parent what
Oh.
that would feel like. The difference between me and those parents is Steve Goncalves told Christy, his wife, who are Kaylee's parents, because she was like, "We should go to the school. We should go to the school." And before the police ever came to their door, and he was like, "We're not going." He's like, "What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do, y'all?" I wouldn't have said that to Beefcake. I'd have been in the car if he wanted
Me
to
too.
catch me. Then he would be behind me. Uh, um,
Yeah.
I do what I want, especially when it comes to panic.
Yeah.
I do what I need to do
Me
to get
too.
through it.
Exactly.
And if no one agrees with it, then don't agree with it. That's fine. But I'm
Maybe
not
he thought if he doesn't go, it's his napping. Just some people are different,
he
aren't
I think it for him it would have been too traumatizing, and maybe
they?
he knew his wife and realized it would just be too traumatizing for her. And that's why he was just like, "Why? We're not gonna see anything. We're not gonna."
Oh my
But for
God.
me,
I
even
was
if
about to
that
be there right
house,
outside.
right,
Me too.
because my baby was in that house, and
Yeah.
even
Yeah. Oh.
even if I couldn't go in and hold my baby, I had to be with my baby. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
Just to
people
be as
handle
close as you
things
could.
differently. Yeah,
Yeah.
people handle
Do.
things differently, and I'm just not as good at listening to my husband as obviously what she is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When it comes to those kind of things. So
Me
that's
too.
what I want to bring up first because I thought it was a great interview. I think it's a great interview. Um, Let me say this copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purpose such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship. So thank you very much to Olivia for this, letting us use this. We are just using it for teaching and also researching the Idaho 4 killings. All right. So if you mods think about it every now and then, just at times, just drop it through the chat, just so that if YouTube views it, or if Olivia sees it, she will know that we are using it in the right context. I will not monetize this. I will never, ever, ever monetize a ongoing um any kind of tragedy. I will not make money off of someone's name. It won't happen. Now, if it's something that already did happen, they've already gone to jail. Like anything that deals with Delphi now,
Hmm.
I will monetize it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Um, but this is an open case. These people, these babies, they're nothing but babies. They have not received justice. Their families, there's no way I'd make money off of this. So, Olivia, if you're out there, if anybody knows Olivia, let her know we dropped her link in our channel. Y'all please sub up to her. I like her. A lot of people don't like her. I don't
No,
care. A
I
lot of
do
people
like her.
a lot of
I
people
like
don't
her.
like me and Maggie, but we're still here. Nobody cares.
Oh, I'm not
Olivia,
bothered.
do your thing, baby. Olivia, do your thing, baby. Do your thing. Okay? Don't let no one take you down. All right,
Nope.
Max, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put this on really quick. When I put this on the screen, I'm going to go and make me some coffee. My mouth is already dry, you guys. I'm struggling with dry mouth really bad.
I know I'm
No,
gonna text Alec to make me one now.
and if at any time you need to stop it to say something or commentate on it, if you feel like it, just do it, Maggie, with all of these.
Okay.
It actually would help
I'm
us.
fine. Honestly, I'm fine, Lee. I wouldn't have come on if I wasn't.
Okay. Let me let me I've got so many of these open. I want to make sure that I've got let me open it up here. Y'all hear freaking Wednesday's driving me mad. That's not it. This is it. Right? Yes. Okay. All right. We're going to share this one. Make sure it's as big as I can get it on screen. We have read the copyright on this already. You guys, this is was done 2 years ago. 2 years ago, by Chronicles of Olivia. She was invited into their home to give an interview because Steve and Christy, Kaylee's parents, found out that she was a fan. And so let me hit the like. I will do that. Oh, I have to sign in to do it. So I need to do that. I've already subscribed to her. It's just that I'm using this on StreamYard. All right, let's watch this, you guys. This is 47 minutes. So we're going to take about an hour on this, you guys. If you need to get up and do something, or that you might want to watch this because this is actual footage that she's doing in her. And then Maggie and I will just have to keep jumping in and chatting with you guys so that we do this right. All right, so let's do this. Let's hear from the parents. Wait a minute. So Steve's
something bad happened to Kaylee. Something bad happened. And, well, what do you mean? What do you mean? And she's like, I think Kaylee's dead.
She had an interaction with a date.
Don't let it die.
You need to be vocal. We went and investigated Adam. Adam is about her.
Half of it, like they almost like became to us like two halves of a whole.
All right, let me stop this right there for just a second. Just want to remind the mods, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for keeping us safe and keeping chat clean. I cannot see you because I'm over here so that I could stop this whenever Maggie wants to talk or I want to talk, because we're going to have to commentate through it, you guys, so I don't get struck. So thank you, mods, for watching chat for us. We appreciate you. Thank you, everybody, for being here for this. This is Kaylee Gonsalves's dad, mom, and sister, and they're going to explain the events of how this day went down. You ready, Max?
How long can you go before you have to have your brief in between?
They tell you anywhere. I don't know. I mean, I can, as long as I'm scrolling it at the bottom of the screen, the mods keep dropping every 5 minutes. Drop the her link, and also drop our copyright. We'll stop at about every 2 minutes, unless something wild. We're just like, wait a second, what? You know what I mean? Yeah. Then we'll commentate on it. All right, so let's keep going.
On December 28th, 2 days before the suspect was arrested, my friend Bullhorn Betty and I had the honor of meeting the Gonsalves family. If you guys know anything, please contact the tip line. It's important. If you live in the area and have things... They welcomed us into their home.
I hate having the date of death on there. So. It was a scavenger hunt. Getting frustrated, don't blow a gasket, head to the link to get your Easter basket.
Mods, I'd forgotten all about that. Bullhorn Betty was a part of this. Will you please drop Bullhorn Betty's link into chat as well? And y'all sub up to them for me. I would appreciate it so much.
She did a, yeah.
It must have been that year that they dressed up in the bunny costume. It was Jack. Dressed up in that bunny costume. Aww. When my kids came over.
And Kaylee hopped off down the street in the bunny suit.
Yeah.
had her dark hair. Yeah, the years just fly by, and but that's our only family photo.
Their daughter, Kaylee Gonzalez, followed me on TikTok and shared my videos with her family, which is why her father, Steve, reached out to me a few weeks ago. This interview is bittersweet and personal. Well, thank you for having us. We're very honored, and we're very sorry for your loss, and we want to help in any way we can. And I think telling Kaylee's story is profound, and I think that's really important.
Giving her humanity.
And humanizing her story.
Humanizing her.
What was Kaylee like as a child?
She was very rambunctious. She just was full of energy. She was the middle of 5, so 2 older, 2 younger. Olivia was the oldest, and just was constantly trying to keep up with the elders, and then be a little boss hog for the littles. She was the fair police. Nothing got past her. If there was, a $200 pair of shoes that she wanted during when school started, and we had school clothes to buy for everybody, it was like, Kaylee, you got to bring that down a little. We have 5 kids to buy for. You might as well just buy them for her now, because she would just nag you to death until you just buy them, and the other kids would be like, wow, we'd be like, she was
a total hustler though.
Yeah, she was.
Where she would be like, Mom, can I, mop the floors for $5?
Mm-hmm.
And Mom would be like, yeah, I mean, that's a super good deal. And so she kind of got this name about herself growing up, where she was the cleaner, right? So Kaylee was the one who was like she was known, where she knew that if she, before Mom and Dad got home or whatever, did the dishes, wiped the counters, swept the floors, and mopped, Dad was gonna give her 20, and she was gonna beat you to do it. And I got to the point where my brother and I didn't even try anymore, because we were just like, Kaylee's gonna do it anyway. Because she was just a hustler like that. Because even before, now she was into, obviously her Range Rover, she's really proud of that. Her designer clothes, stuff like that. That was just who she was. But it started with Claire's, with hair accessories, and then it was Bath and Body Works, and she was collecting the scents and the little hand sanitizers.
Everything was a competition.
Everything was a competition,
Stephen
and it was.
woke up after playing a video game with her, and she was still playing it. He's like, I'm in trouble.
Yeah,
This girl wants
had to be
it
that
more
sport.
than me. She
Yeah,
wants
be the
it more than me.
It seems like she was starting from a very young age.
And she had 2 older brothers. Brothers. Bryce was just right there.
Her cousin grew up very
So
close
she
with
thought
her.
she could be as fast as them. She could ride the
Always
bike.
wanted to race them. Wanted to ride the motorcycle.
We would go out on the lake. With the boat, our parents had a boat. We would go out, and my dad would say $5 to whoever is the first in the water for the season, right? And it was cold. It was about 59 degrees by the time we were going out. Kaylee was.
It was $5.
It was $5. It was $5, and she would do it. And she would do it for $5. She jumps into that water. She instantly pops her head up and is bawling, just bawling. It was that cold. But she couldn't let the boys beat her. She couldn't let.
I just have to say this really quick. First of all, these girls look just like their mama, and I love it. Kaylee reminds me not so much of the designer stuff, but she reminds me of the quintessential middle child. Like, she's got 2 older siblings, 2 younger siblings. She's slap in the middle. So she's trying to keep up with the older siblings while being, spoiled like the younger siblings. She's at that middle child seems to, and I know from experience that my middle child was always she seriously was the go-between. And I think that's what Kaylee took on. She was if the siblings are all fighting, what I have understood about Kaylee is she was so middle child that everybody went to her, right, to take the side. And that's definitely the quintessential child. They have a beautiful family, completely beautiful.
How funny. She was a hustler. She did the cleaning before they got a chance.
This is what I'm thinking. It reminded me of my oldest son, because his thing wasn't $5, it was $1. In fact, there's a big, everybody in our family, when he comes around, we're like, got $1? because that's what he said. All growing up, got $1. What can I do for $1? Because he just needed worms to go fishing. So,
Yeah.
all right, let's keep going.
Let me beat her.
No.
She couldn't let anyone beat her. She was
Love
like,
that memory.
you know, it was definitely the financial motivation as well as her just being like, I'm gonna be number one.
Yeah.
You know, there was this big pole in the lake and you could kind of climb up it. It was a little rickety, but you could get to the top and you could jump in. I was always too scared to do it.
About 40
Kaylee was
feet.
like, she watched Steven do it, the boy. I was like, I'm gonna do that.
You
And I
can
was
do
like,
it.
Kaylee, don't do it, Kaylee, no. And she's like, I'm not scared, Olivia. You're just being a baby for being scared. And she climbed her ass up that pole and she jumped off. And it was
Steven was
tall.
rooting for it the
We
whole
have
time.
pictures of her. We have pictures
He
of
was
her.
rooting. He's like, don't look down because I told the kids,
Don't
if you
look down, Kaylee.
you'll do a face plant.
It was tall.
Yeah.
So it was my idea. My mom she had Autumn, who's the fourth baby, and she was pregnant with Aubrey, who's the fifth. So she was upstairs taking a nap. And my dad was still at work, and you know, I was kind of just watching my little siblings. We were all just hanging out. I had an idea that we had a double garage, and it was an automatic door. And I don't know why, but I got this idea like that we should have a competition and see who could hold on to the garage door as it went up the longest, and then you would drop. And so we were doing this. We had like a whole setup. Like at one point, my brother was like, "We need a washcloth. This is cutting my hand." Right? That should have been our notion to stop. Right? I should have known better. But we all got so competitive about it. So by the time my dad, drove up home,
And the kids are hanging on the garage.
that's been going nonstop for
Up and
40
down,
minutes.
up and down.
Oh my god.
Just the little garage engine that could. And this garage door, if it had come grinding down, filled with 250 pounds.
Oh, yeah.
It
Would have crushed us.
scared me to death.
It was the only time ever growing up that dad actually got mad at us and like we were in trouble. And I remember Steven and I we were upset, we were crying, we had disappointed our dad, right? We were so sad. And Kaylee just kind of wasn't. We thought that was all weird until my dad kind of like realized like him just being disappointed wasn't enough for Kaylee. I told a little prankster, but we were all pranksters. Like Mom and I would prank the shit out of Kaylee all the time. Like we
That's
just
the way
didn't
I raised you
laugh.
guys. I raised you guys to be like interesting like that.
She really didn't do any like major sports or anything like that.
Yeah.
She definitely, we all did baseball. She was on the same team as my brother actually. But she didn't do that for long. She wanted to do soccer for a minute, Dad, but I think she just did like a soccer camp for summer and she was out of that. She never did like the
She played
cheerleading.
softball for a year.
Yeah, she did the team.
Well, I was wondering because you guys were talking about competitiveness, and I'm thinking,
She was born that way,
Yeah.
honestly. Like, she really just, I remember the day Kaylee was born. You know, I'm about 5 years older than Kaylee, so I must have been about 4 or 5, but I remember the day Kaylee was born.
Best part about the story is when kid actually gets in trouble.
Yes. So
I-
Kaylee's clear.
Here's the truth. I whipped her ass since I was.
Oh yeah, we got spanked. I
We're
just want
almost
to
gonna
say
be
that.
like I literally see my kids dying in front of my eyes, and I ran up and I was like,
What are you guys
and
doing?
they're like, "Yeah, it's so fun, Dad. We're gonna do it again." And I'm like, "No, you're not.
Yeah.
You just basically give me the worst dad award ever. My kids are gonna die from rivalry."
So we go inside.
They get
Dad's-
whippings.
Dad's mad. You know, Steven and I are just blubbering messes. Our dad's mad
Kaylee's
at
just
us.
stone faced.
And Kaylee's just stone faced. And we're like, this is weird,
Cry,
right?
Kaylee, cry.
My dad notices and he clicks. Something clicks with him. He goes, by the way, Kaylee, I'm not taking you to Claire's tonight. And she dropped to her knees and started bawling because for her, give her any corporal punishment. You know, tell her you're disappointed in her. Tell her, that was a bad move. But don't take Claire's at the time. It
Not
was
going to the
all
mall.
about
Not taking you to the mall.
Yeah, she wasn't going to the mall, and that was it. She had already planned her next outfit. The next day around that Claire's accessory she was gonna get. I don't know, but
She wound up getting it all.
she did. She actually did.
I did a lot of chores.
She did a lot of chores. I was like, all right, let me finagle my way out of this. What if I ironed your shirt instead?
There's a lot of work.
I'm so sorry. Can I wash the boat?
What do you remember the first time the girls met? I know you said they met each other in the 6th grade, but do you guys remember that event when they met? Like when she came home and first told you about her friend
These girls
Maddie?
definitely know that. Talk about how conservative and how.
Maddie's we had been hearing about Maddie, her new friend that she'd met at her new.
Oh my God, I've been talking. The whole mute thing just gets me. But anyways, just wanted to jump in the chat, make sure everybody's okay. Thank you everybody for being here. We appreciate it so much. I just want you guys to know that I don't just throw stuff up here. Maggie and I are sending stuff. Well, she mainly sends it to me. I'm looking and just really trying to plan out because I just don't want to throw a bunch of stuff together. I'm trying to keep it cohesive, and because there's so much we could talk about. I mean, this is so wild. And so I appreciate you guys being here and showing your support. And I hope that you guys are getting what we're putting down. But we really are trying to make them human, I guess, make you realize that these were real young people that had real lives and they were loved. They had families. You know, it's so easy to, you know, you hear of somebody's death or whatever, and at first you feel bad and then it's gone, right?
Yeah.
But I just want us to always remember as we're going through this that these people, their families have been through hell and back. And it amazes me, Maggie, that her sister, whose name is Olivia, spelled with an A, her sister and her mom and dad could talk about her and just laugh.
Yeah. In such a short time.
It's so short. I mean, they are strong, much stronger people than I am, because I couldn't even say the word death when it came to my mom until I met all of you. That's the truth. I couldn't.
No, I know. It's audible.
So kudos to them. And I don't know where they get their strength from, but oh my gosh.
I think what you're doing as well, Leonie, is, you know, when you follow these cases from the word go, and then it's near to trial, you're talking like a couple of years. So you forget of just how bad it was at that time, how bad you felt, let alone then. You know, and it just brings it all back, doesn't it? That's why I think it's important that you do go back.
Yes.
And because there's things you forget, you know, and you think, oh my God.
Right. And you know, sometimes this is what I was thinking, because I was trying to decide if I was going to go this way with it, because I really want to go back through the PCA again and break it down and really talk about Dylan Mortensen's view of the piece, you know, the interview that she gave, and really break it down and understand it and what it means to us, what she's saying. And then I thought, no, it's not time for that yet. Let's continue on this path of getting to know who these people were, and then we'll jump into it. You know what I mean? Like we'll get in deep with what happened. But you forget when you read it. Like, we read the whole PCA out, but I'm telling you, just that one time that we read it, there's a lot of things we either didn't hear or didn't get. You know what I mean? And if you just dissect it into pieces and just talk about pieces of it, then you're like, oh God, I didn't even realize that. Like, did it really say that? You know what I mean? Because I was looking through the PCA again, and I found something, and I was like, why don't I even remember? We just read this last week. Why don't I remember that
like
was said?
Sometimes if you're reading stuff out, you're not taking it in, you're not absorbing. And I think it happens a lot. If you're actually reading it out, you're not taking it in unless you're listening. So maybe it was a part that you'd read out.
Maybe. But I've read the PCA so much, Maggie, to myself, just quietly. And then I was reading it when I was trying to figure out what to do next with this. And I thought about the PCA, and I was like, wait a minute. No, one more thing. Let's talk about how the parents found out about it. All right, let's jump in chat really quick, Lulu. Thank you. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This material is used for purposes of criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. That is scrolling at the bottom of our page. This work was done by Chronicles of Olivia, and Bullhorn Betty. We give them full credit for this. Thank you for that. We have dropped their links in chat. You guys sub up to them. Thank you, mods, so much for keeping this chat going, keeping dropping all the links. I appreciate it more than you know. Lulu says, yes, incredible family. What a total tragedy. Boggles the mind to think why anyone could do this to these young people and their families. Right. Lunch Lady says, it's horrid at Lulu. I can't bear the thought of what these poor families have went through and are still going through. Pink Fan says, yes, absolutely. Lunch Lady says, I think about the victims really makes us realize we are talking about real humans, not just a story in a book. That is correct. That's correct. All right, let's jump back into this and keep going with it. Pretty soon they're going to finish. They're going to go ahead and talk about how Maddie was brought into their family and they became a family of 6. And then they're going to go into the day of the murders and how they found out and what all her sister did to help the authorities. Now, I will come out and say this. The authorities would have found out all this stuff without Olivia going through it, but she was so frantic when it happened. She was going to get every clue she could. I mean, what else would you do? That's what I would do. First thing I would do, jump on all of the socials and get as much off and start screenshotting the hell out of everything. Aussie True Crime says, I'm starting school run and heading to class, but I have you in my ear. So proud of you, Leanie Maggie. Aussie True Crime, thank you. Coming from you.
Take care, Oz.
It's a great compliment. Thank you so much. All right, let's keep going.
Junior high and whatnot, which was at the school they met at. And but for Maddie to come over, her mom wanted the whole phone call and whatnot, and I wanted to meet them in person and all that. And I was very much so a little bit like, I don't know, I was just very like, sure, you can go. I mean, maybe a quick phone call, but I mean, she wanted it, like her mom wanted to meet us, her dad wanted to meet us in person and be like, come into the house. And we were like, she wants to come into the house? Scotty and Karen. Yeah, they want to like have a sit down just for their kid to come over for a couple hours. She's not even staying the night, It took forever. She used to come over after school all the time, but every time they would walk her in, they would say, how's it going? Hello, this, that. Her dad would, or they would call, and then it finally started getting to the calls. I'm like, well, we're getting a little better now. We just get the call like somebody's going to be there the whole time, right? Maybe 3 hours, but you're going to be there,
baby.
and Maddie just fit right in with us. I mean, she just absolutely
Yeah. That was it. School started in August, and it was September that Maddie started coming over, and that was it. That was
like spend the night
all the time. And then it got to where she just would spend the night. Kaylee would spend the night over there. I mean, it didn't matter if it was a school night or not. The thing with Maddie was she was kind to the little sisters. We had 2, and they loved her so much, and she would play with them. Like not a lot of your older friends, because they were pretty, they were like, they're brats, but she really embraced Autumn and Aubrey and Olivia. Olivia loved her, and she just and Steven. She was kind of Steven, and
the family.
Yeah,
they were totally like yin and yang, where they were such opposites of each other, but it just worked so well together. Where it was like half of they almost like became to us like 2 halves to a whole. Where it was like, yes, Kaylee is my sister and Maddie is my sister, but like it's Kaylee and Maddie. Like as strange as that sounds, it was,
one had no patience, the other one had all the patience.
And they would balance each other in just like
every vacation we went on,
beautiful way.
We wound up being able, Karen wound up letting us take Maddie out of the.
Y'all, her mom, Maggie, girl, I'm telling y'all, my chill bumps are going all up my arms and down my back, looking at her mom and knowing that mom feeling. She grew that child in her, underneath her heart.
Oh,
This is not supposed to happen ever to anyone. Oh
no.
my gosh.
No, so
Okay. Oh, I just cannot. And to be taken so violently, not even an act of
that's
God.
it. Yeah,
That's not an act of God. What happened?
at the hands of another to do that to your
Yes.
child. Oh God.
Oh, I don't know how she's not locked up in a loony bin somewhere.
He says
Oh
there's
my,
not going to be a trial. And said he says there's going to be no trial.
well, some people think that he's gonna,
Do you think he'll unalive himself, Lainey?
no. He's too cocky for that shit. No, and a lot of people say there aren't going to be some people believe there won't be a trial because, that he'll plead out, right? Because I
Yeah,
mean, let's
that's
just
what I
face
did
it,
think.
Ann Taylor is his attorney. Ann Taylor, she is pulling like strings that she's trying to get the IGG, thrown out, and that's not working. That's just not going to work because that's totally legal what they did. And now she's saying that the PCA there wasn't enough, because the fact of the bloodied glove and the bloody palm print on the railing, which was not outside, it was on the inside of the house. Because that wasn't in the PCA, then they were withholding evidence. Y'all, let me just explain that really quick. And I wish certain people were here that were, had to struggle with that. Listen, I'm going to say this. You guys are going to hear this over and over and over and over again. And the judge even stated it 2 weeks ago. You do not have to put all your evidence into a PCA. You need to put enough into the PCA to get him arrested. So because there are 2 other pieces of evidence out there that may or may not have something to do with this crime, that does not have to be in the PCA, because it doesn't negate the fact that Brian Kohberger's DNA is at the scene before anybody even knew who Brian Kohberger was. So that's what the judge meant by every day, all day, and twice on Sunday, that his DNA is at the scene. That's probable cause. That's it. Nothing else has to go in there. That's it. If you listen to Ann Taylor, just listen with an open mind. Has she once said, my client is not guilty? When John Judge had him come in for his hearing to plead guilty or non-guilty, he stood, which means he's not saying he's guilty or not guilty at all. So a judge has to automatically put in a not guilty. His own lawyers told him not to plead. So some people are saying he's going to go ahead and do a plea deal and not go to court. I don't think that's going to happen. And here's why. He's an arrogant son of a bitch. And you're going to find that out the more we go through this. He thinks he's smarter than everybody else. And that's not just me talking, because I don't know him. But that is me watching interviews of people he knew, people he taught, people in his life. Those people, firsthand accounts, not other YouTubers who are telling you what they think. Okay? All right, let's keep going with this.
The country. We took her to Belize, and we took her to Cozumel, and we went to Grand Cayman Islands, and Maddie was with us. Karen took the girls to Hawaii on a girls trip.
Swears that was the best trip she's ever been on.
We're like, we did
Everyone knew
here,
that.
here, and here, but
She said Hawaii and Maui specifically.
Stateside, so you were like, what?
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's
Yeah, she's a
disappointing,
trip
but you're right.
with Maddie, and they just
She had some of the best memories of her life.
they had other friends, you know. They were in a group of bigger friends, but it was always Kaylee and Maddie, you know.
Yeah.
Always, you know, there was a couple other friends.
It was
throughout
like
the
this like
years.
ebb and flow where it was like, you know, they were always together, but like there was always room for others because they really were sisters. You know, it wasn't like this competition between them of this best friend slot. Like that was always a given, and they really were just kind of combined, I guess, in a way that was more complex than a friendship.
Yeah.
So it was like you'll see a lot of pictures of Kaylee with other people or Maddie, or I've seen a lot of people say, well, how close could they be if they were in different sororities? And that was just
hard. That was hard for them
It was
because they both went and rushed to get into the AV house, and Kaylee got in and Maddie did not, and she wound up in Pi Phi. But it was really
It
good.
was
for
so
them.
good for
It
them.
wound because they really did live their lives a little bit different, separately for those couple of years. Even though the houses were right around the corner from each other, there was a lot of devotion that you had to put within those houses, within those groups of girls and stuff. So Maddie made a ton of new friends, and Kaylee made a ton of new friends, and I mean they still spoke a lot.
Let me stop it right there. So I want to explain for those of you that don't know how, can you guys hear me? Let's see. Yeah, I'm not muted. Okay. Let me explain a little bit how fraternities and sororities work. It's called Rush Week. They do it 2 times a year. They have a fall rush and they have a spring rush. Okay. If you decide, let's just talk about sororities because that's what these girls were in. You could say me and Maggie because I feel like the way they talk. Maggie, I'm just going to say I'm getting a little emotional because the way that they're talking about them is how I feel about you. You know, it's just a connection, you know, that we can't explain it, but something happened and we're just there. But anyways, so you would take your friend along and you would go to all of these different sororities and they put on little parties and get-togethers and stuff. It's a whole week of things at different sorority houses that you would go to, and you would say, oh, I think this one suits my personality best. I like this one. I like their philanthropy. I like what they're doing. I like what they stand for. So then you have to put in a bid, which means, hey, I would like to join your sorority. Okay. And you could do that with 1 or 2 or whatever. Then after that, the sisters come together, the sisters of the sorority, that location come together, and they go through all the bids, the people who say we and they decide who gets into their sorority. Now, mind you, when you go to a sorority party or a fraternity party and you're trying to get into one of them, you mingle with all of the people who are already there, so they get to know you, talk to them, they talk to you, they get, so that when they come together to decide who they're going to invite into their sorority, they could say, hey, who talked to Maddie? And they'll be like, oh, we talked to Maddie, you know, she's cool, she did this, these are her goals, this is what she wants to do with her life, this is, you know, that's how that all happens. And so when these 2 girls wanted to go to fraternity together, Kaylee got accepted to the one they both wanted to be in, but Maddie didn't. So even if you're best friends, doesn't mean you're going to get into Greek life at the same. So then Maddie went to another one and was accepted into that one. That's how they ended up in 2 different sororities. But like their parents said, it was good for them because it would force them to find different friend groups and quit being so dependent on each other. Kind of like when you have twins, it breaks my heart to think of this, but because I have such a huge twin connection through my family, but I know that when it comes to twins, like either in kindergarten or 1st grade, they separate those twins into different classes, because if not, they don't grow. They can be very awkward and dependent on each other, where they don't know how to make friends because they still have each other. So it's for the best, really. Anne says, 1 minute ago, there was no crime that took place in Moscow, Idaho at.
It's Max Smith that's sending them.
Well, I think, okay. There will be no trials. There's zero evidence.
The first one's there, Mimi.
Do what?
The first one's there, in case that's not making sense. Did you read it?
This one right here. 1 minute ago, there was no crime that took place in Moscow, Idaho at 1122 King Road. This is more than one in a long line of reported events. Well, sounds just like Peggy, if you ask me.
Yeah.
There will be no trial as there is zero evidence, and the video to prove it was just destroyed by the FBI. You guys, listen, I'm going to be honest. Everybody else is honest. I'm going to be honest about this. These same people will tell you that Columbine never happened. These same people will tell you that, what was the other school shooting that happened at Christmas time? That was a big one that came out through the conspiracy community. Which one was it? Somebody help me. I know you know. All at that elementary school. Which one is it? It's been years ago, you guys. But they still to this day say that it never happened.
But why? What are they getting from it? Why would the people do this? Make something up like that?
They want us, unless they see it with their own eyes, it's always a conspiracy. It's 100% a conspiracy. So because these bodies were never seen taken from the house, guess what? Sandy Hook. Thank you, Joni. Good to see you, baby. Thank you. Yes, they will swear up and down Sandy Hook never took place. It pisses me off, really. It really does.
Don't get me wrong. Things in life didn't happen that they put out there, but this is a bit, these things did. I mean, it brought the whole place down.
Yeah.
People knew them. People knew them and were talking about them. Even the guy that lived behind said, he used to see them all the time. It's so sad. How can you say it didn't happen?
Yeah, for me, you guys, there would have to be a reason why. Listen, everything is not a conspiracy. I'm so sick of hearing that. There are conspiracies. There are. But not everything is. And I'm sorry. I'm not gonna. Max Smith. I'm just, you know what? I'm not going to do that.
For me, you can go from one way to the other. Even I don't believe in it for the slightest second. It's a conspiracy.
Yeah, Max Smith is usually in the. Listen, Max Smith hates me, and I don't hate him, but I just don't like the puss. And Max, you can suck it. But he's a major conspiracy theorist with the people that he hangs out with. And listen, you have the right to be a conspiracy theorist. That's good. Go ahead. Do you. But don't fill up my chat with your conspiracies. And I'm not talking about you, Ann, at all. Don't fill it up when we're not even talking about that. You have the right to your opinion, but there are people that do nothing but throw them in chat constantly. And I'm just like, there are channels for that because I don't believe this is a conspiracy at all. And you have no facts to back it up. If you've got, I'm giving you facts. I'm giving you straight out of the horse's mouth what happened with the parents and how they found out. Straight out of the horse's mouth. I'm not giving you my opinion on it unless I tell you it's my opinion. Conspiracy theorists tell you it's true because they believe it. And I'm not into it. So
Yeah.
Yeah, and it is disgusting, Lulu. I appreciate you saying how wicked to deny the loss, grief, and pain of these families. They are being victimized all over again. It's disgusting. That's right. That's right. I just don't. I don't want to do it, and I don't care what everybody else is saying. If they can't back it up with fact, then don't come at me with it, because that's what I care about: facts and facts only. All right, let's get back to it.
You know, but
Came home every time together. They would drive back
Yeah.
together, like
Vacations were
like
together.
sisters.
they're
Where it's like
you know, Mexico and
that's
stuff. And
how it was, you know, like
and then Kaylee moved in with Maddie. They moved out of their sorority houses a couple years ago. And Maddie moved into that house, and Kaylee had moved into an apartment. And then last June, Kaylee moved in to Maddie's house.
A lot of people, I think, don't realize, but Kaylee was just about to graduate.
Kaylee did graduate.
She did. She was fully graduated.
It
She was
wasn't a
done.
fake.
She was done.
She was done.
yeah, it wasn't given posthumously. She earned that.
Yeah.
She earned it, and that was really frustrating for us. Because
Yeah.
It's almost like she knew she only had a certain amount of time on this planet, and she was rushing through it as fast as she could.
She always did summer school and whatnot. So she just told me, you know, a few weeks before that that she was going to be graduating in December. And she goes, I don't know who I want, though. I just might just get my degree. And I'm like, well, let us know, you know, because we'll
But
be
I
down
was
there.
proud of her to be like, I don't need the attention. Like,
And then,
I've earned it, and I've earned it fast, and I'm ready to just move on with my life. And I was like,
we will.
that's how we look at life. You know, it's not about the celebration; it's about just moving on to the next step. And gosh, it would have been just an amazing citizen for our country. The person that would show everyone like you can come from anything and do anything and just work hard and be a success. And that's such a good positive message, and we lost that, you know, and that's really hard for us.
Yeah, and she just bought that Range Rover, and you guys must have been so proud.
2 days before.
I wanted her to buy something
bought it
more
on the-
reliable.
Yeah, I wanted.
As a dad, I was like, no.
She was looking at a few cars, and I said, get the Mercedes, get the Subaru. I said, but do not get that Range Rover, Kaylee. And she goes, I know, Olivia, but the name. And I said, it's gonna be nothing but problems for you. I tried to talk her out of it, and then my mom actually went call me, and she goes, she got the Range Rover. And I was like, well, I'm proud of her. I was like, I'm just gonna bite my tongue. I'm proud of her.
She did it all on her own. And she called Maddie. It was really funny. She goes, Mom, I just called Maddie. And she had been like back and forth for days. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one. She goes, I asked Maddie, so which one do you think I bought? And Maddie said, I don't know, Kaylee. Probably a Ferrari at this point. And she goes, so she has no idea. She has no, and she goes, I'm just gonna surprise her. She's like, she's really gonna, you know. And I'm like, she's gonna be surprised. It's nice. It is really nice.
But she worked for everything, right? You know, like she had her full-time job. It was technically an internship, but it was paid. I helped her negotiate a better rate on it. And
We're a
then,
family.
yeah.
It's always been a family.
she got a full-time position with that company as well. I helped her write her email to her boss. I still have it in my notes on my phone. Where I said, hi, Jeremiah. I said, hey, Jeremiah, you know, I'd like to talk to you, but it's so proud of her. And like, she always did that. Like even as a kid, even with Claire, she always worked for it. You know, she never had anything handed to her, you know, anything like that. She always had the support of her family. But
She called me and was like, Dad, do I sound stupid in this proposal? And I'm like, well, pitch it to me, girl. And she's like, all right, so I'm gonna say this and this and this, and then we just go back and forth, and I'd be like, all right, you know, this is how you say this acronym, this is how you say this. She literally looked for everyone to help her because she was smart enough to understand that my hustle will work, but I still need the knowledge of all the people around me. And I think that was the part that made me think, like, I never worried about her. I never worried.
Never.
I always just like, dude, she's just gonna.
I never worried about Kaylee.
no,
She called us frequently. We called her. When we called, she answered. You know, she kept in touch with us. She made, you know, good choices, you know, positive
and
choices.
she learned from the mistakes of others. You know, like I was the older sister and like made a lot of mistakes, and Kaylee was the one to really like sit down and be like, okay, you messed up here, Olivia. Like, can you tell me why you did this? Like, walk me through your thought process so I don't make that same mistake. You know, and it just made me really proud of her to like not have her only like learn from her own mistakes and like make her own good decisions, but to be able to like look at those around her and, you know, with love in her heart too, to be like, help me be better, because, you know, she knew that's what we all wanted.
And you guys touched on something. I think we touched on it earlier at lunch. Going back to the night of the 12th, November 12th, and I think you hit, and I can even think of that perspective, that they did everything right.
Yeah.
And we discussed that. The buddy
It's a
system. Explain all the things that they did.
Yeah, they Ubered out together. They only went to known locations that they had been before.
Private driver.
They had a private driver. I apologize. There was a private driver that they had actually used before, so they knew him. They had a relationship with this
We knew him
individual.
as a family member, and he really helped us.
Yeah.
He turned us on to the food truck stuff.
Yeah.
He was a great person.
Good people. And then we only went to like known locations with known people, traveled only together on well-lit, known streets to get food before taking a private ride from the same individual who would pick them up
Chaperone.
to go eat after a night of drinking, being 21, Ubering out, Ubering home with your friend,
They were totally
and
chaperoned.
then
Everyone
going to
was-
bed.
They were doing everything the way that you tell your kid to go. You
Yeah.
know, you don't be two girls all by yourself. Have somebody there that can walk with you. Everything was perfect. Everything was good.
Yeah.
All the way up to where they went to bed and went to sleep.
Yeah.
And that I can't control. As a family, we can't control what happens when you go to sleep.
Yeah.
When you go to
You
sleep,
shouldn't.
that's us as society. We have to determine, are we going to let these people be out here that can do whatever they did, sneak into a house, whatever it was? Are we going to allow that to be normal? Are we going to allow that to be okay?
Yeah.
Because we all go to bed at night.
Yeah, what was their flaw? They didn't have a nanny cam in their home. What could they have done to be more
They
safe?
had locked the door perfectly.
Yeah. You know, it's Moscow, Idaho. It's safe.
I wonder about the door because Kaylee was a door locker. She
She
would come
totally
here,
was.
and so I question that all the time. Like, why wasn't the door locked? Why wasn't the door locked?
But that's not what society's built on. You don't say, oh, well, you didn't lock the door, so you deserve
Yeah.
to die in your sleep.
Yeah, I want to comment on that right here. I think I've said it before on this channel. You know, one time, I don't even remember when it was, but it was last year, and I dropped Baby Chow off to his fraternity house. And I know of 3 or 4 ways to get into the house, and I dropped him off on the one that they use the most, which is the side of the house. And I always watch him go in when I would drop him off. It's a mom thing. And he went in, and I noticed when he jumped up the stairs, like the door was cracked open. And y'all, we don't live in this college that my son goes to is not in the safest area. Okay. It's a great college, but it's not in the safest area. And it doesn't matter if it is the safest area. You should still be locking your doors. We live in a different age. But so he ran in and the door swung behind him, but it didn't shut. And me, being a mom, I get on that phone. I'm like, boo, like your door didn't shut. Go back down there and close that door. Some wacko's going to come in there. And he's like, Mom, we always leave that one undone. I was like, are you crazy? What is wrong with you people? I was like, when you go to bed at night, do you lock your door? You know, his bedroom door, his door, his whatever the door is in the house. And he said, no, of course not. These guys aren't going to steal from me. And I was like, oh my God. And then I'm like, have you heard of the Idaho murders? And I'm starting to tell him about all these different murders of kids his age and stuff. And he's like, stop it. Will you stop? And that's what they do, you guys. These kids on these college, whether you're in the dorms or whether you're in a college house or got you an apartment outside, they don't ever think about that stuff, you guys. Their friends might want to come in and they're too busy to go answer the door, I guess. No?
Did we though, Leanie, when we were younger? All this fear comes more so when you get older. When you
Yeah,
think
but
you're just going to be forever when you're young, you don't think of all that, do you?
no,
You
no.
just don't. It's us that are panic stricken when we realise,
And I think it might be harder for us, Maggie, like us that are on YouTube, because this is the stuff that we watch, right? We're into true crime. We're into these
Yeah,
court
oh God,
cases.
yeah.
So now we're all like, oh crap,
Mhm.
it's terrible. So that is not unusual, you guys. Anybody who says, well, they should have had their door locked, screw you.
Yeah.
Don't say that about them young people. No,
No.
there is no reason I can think of or that you could think of that gives a right for these four
No.
people to have been killed. I don't care if they were the biggest drug dealers on
No.
that campus. That
Exactly.
is no reason to take their lives like this.
No.
So quit making excuses about what they should have done. We're not them. We don't know.
Sleep.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't do that. We have to make a society where these people show red flags, we identify them, we address them, and then we remove them from hurting other people.
The phone call the Gonzalez family received on November 13th is one they'll never forget.
We were, it was Sunday around
We were watching football.
1-ish, and we were
Like
watching
every
football.
family, or a lot of families on Sunday.
And
We were watching
our
football.
son was here. Everybody was home except for she was down at her home
We
in LA.
gather on
And
Sunday.
my niece called me and she was freaking out. And she said, Christy, have you talked to Kaylee? And I said, yesterday, like last night. And she said, something bad happened. Something bad happened. And she was just bawling. And I said, well, what do you mean? What do you mean? And she said, I think Kaylee's dead. And I said, well, what do you mean? And she
All
said,
our stomachs just dropped.
she said there was somebody just called me and they live down there. She said there was a party last night and somebody went in and shot the party up and Kaylee was shot. I was like, what? And I just threw my phone. I started screaming. I started telling everybody to call Olivia and to get all her roommates on the phone.
Maddie.
And I started calling Maddie, and Maddie wouldn't answer. And I said, no, this can't be, because Maddie would have called me. If Kaylee was shot last night at a party, Maddie or Jack would have called me. Like, no. And I called Kaylee and went straight to voicemail. I was calling Maddie, I was calling Jack, it was ringing. I turned on the TV and I saw it said 1122 King Road. Like Kaylee's car was in the driveway, Maddie's car was in the driveway, but it was saying an unconscious person. And we're saying, okay, maybe this isn't maybe something happened. So Steve starts calling the police. Steven, our son, started calling the hospital, and he started calling the PD and saying, my name is Gonzalez, and we heard that my daughter Kaylee Gonzalez was killed in an accident, and they said, we can't give you any new information, we'll call you back. Well, next thing you know, some more phones started ringing. Our daughters came running down, 16 and 17 years old, came and said, Mom, somebody just called me and said that Kaylee's dead. And we're like, what? Like, who was it? And she's like, I don't know. It's somebody that they're there and Kaylee's dead. And we were like, oh my God, like this can't be, and it's just very, very, very dramatic.
These protocols have to be updated.
Yeah.
These protocols of somebody showing up at your door 10 hours later, it's ridiculous.
Because we had hours of panic before the sheriff
It was
department.
terrible.
It was about 4:30. And
So you guys, they never called you. You guys found this out from family members that were in the area, and you guys didn't get notified. You actually reached out to them, and you guys still didn't get notified
he
for
wound up
hours.
calling him twice.
And I get it.
I
Their
said,
protocols are all about maybe they'll commit suicide or something, but they have to be updated because
The sheriff
social media moves so fast, so quick. That's
It's not
why we are
fair.
using social media. I'm not using the most common channels.
we called Karen and we asked Karen if she had heard anything, and she goes, yes, I was told that I need to get down here because there
I
was an
thought hers was
accident.
good. We honestly,
We thought maybe Maddie was the unconscious person, and we had already been told by several people, like 100% Kaylee was dead. And we were like, 100, and they're
we were
bawling,
just
and they're
hoping
like,
Maddie
yes.
was just unconscious.
And then we're like, but Karen got a call saying to come down there. We haven't
I
got a
thought that
call.
was a good sign.
So we're like, well,
And I kept giving them hope. I kept saying, if it happened last night, you guys would know by now. I kept giving them hope. I said, they just released an article that the roommates are being questioned right now. They probably took their phones, Mom. Like, I just kept giving them hope because I live in Los Angeles. It wasn't here. And that's all I could do. But it's just this feeling in your gut that I
I
just
knew.
sat with.
I knew as soon as my niece, I knew as soon as Sabrina called, I knew that it was real.
Yeah.
And she was freaking out.
And then cops showed up around 4:30.
Yeah, the sheriff came around 4:30, and then he told us that there were 4 victims, and we said, "Is one of them Maddie Morgan?" And he told us yes. Then we realized that it was Kaylee and Maddie.
We
And
still knew she was going down there. I couldn't tell.
yeah, Karen was still on her way, and
Still driving.
and then she got down there, and she got there about 20 minutes after we got the news, and
Another person who was broken by the news of Kaylee's passing is her ex-boyfriend, Jack Decor. Not only has his life been picked apart, he's been scrutinized by social media.
You know in your heart he had nothing to do with this.
More than, I mean, even just logically, I think that a lot of people assume we're blinded by this individual, but contrary to that, we're very capable of removing our emotions for Jack, which is absolute love, and just looking at the situation logically, looking at this individual in front of us, looking at a pattern of behaviors of him that we've seen throughout 5-6 years. So emotionally, and in our hearts and in our heads and in every sense of the word, it's
Physics.
not
We did a job
thorough.
vetting him.
I asked him to, yes, like, did he have any scratches? Did he have any bruises? He came here immediately after it happened.
We can
He's
prove that
broken.
he had none.
No, I checked his shoes.
Yeah.
I checked his car. I checked his hands.
I want to stop it right here just a second to say this.
Oh,
Could you imagine? Oh, that just grips me so bad, Maggie. Oh, what
God,
do
that
you
didn't
guys think?
found out until the next day.
Yes,
Oh
what
my
I mean,
God.
I think we're all parents here, and even grandparents. All 8 hours later, after
Okay.
11 hours later, a sheriff shows up at their house,
Wow.
and they're only hearing from social media or people that are there. Could you imagine?
The girl
Oh,
had told them.
yeah,
They
something has to be done about that. That's got to stop. Do you know, I remember years ago, I don't understand. I think there was a twist in something, or they just don't know what they're dealing with. Well, we know now that they really didn't know what they were dealing with. But I will never forget the day that my dad's dad died. We were living in California, and a police officer or something came to the door. Well, it was no big deal. We lived in gangland. Police were always at our door. Nobody cared, So, but he asked for my dad, which was also the norm. Dad went to the door, and we knew as kids we were never allowed around that. Like, we stayed in the house. We weren't those nosy kids that would hang out around our parents' legs trying to find. We knew that was adult business, and we stayed out of it. And if we needed to know, they would tell us. So my dad was talking to him. My mom walked over. They were talking, and then when my dad came back, he was crying. And I couldn't understand that. And then they pulled all of us kids in the living room. They told us that Grandpa had died. So right away, whenever the ambulance got to their house, which was in Torrance, we lived in Carson, it's about 25 minutes apart. They immediately sent a sheriff out to my dad to let him know his dad had passed. And that was before social media, y'all. There's no reason why these parents had to go for this long and find out this way.
But
that's the world we live in. I mean, I could see that if one or two just happen to slip in, because we do live in a social media world, but that many hours to get a sheriff out to parents or the next of kin. Oh, y'all, they dropped the ball there.
Oh,
Thank you,
not all.
Lunch Lady. Thank you for dropping the copyright disclaimer. Lulu says these parents are probably living in a shell of existence. How do you ever snap back to reality after suffering something like this? Why do some families and parents have to endure such a tragedy? Lunch Lady says, Lulu, I can't imagine. I've been living in a fog for 10 years since my parents passed. and that was from natural causes. I can't even imagine having something like this happen. Yes, and Anne, oh my God, y'all, listen, we have people here that have lost children. I cannot imagine. I know the hardest thing I've ever went through was losing my mom, and I am still in just the worst. I'll never be the same. Anne has lost her son. She knows this. She's lived this nightmare, you guys. So has awakened awakened by the looking glass. Anne says it brings back so many memories. Having your child murdered and not getting answers is the hardest thing to live through. My question is, I know how I would answer it. Let me ask Maggie and let me ask Anne, who I think right now is the only person in chat right now that has lost a child. Is it harder not knowing than it would be knowing? Maggie has lost 3 babies due to that's just the way God planned it for her babies. Anne has lost a child that was due to violence. I want to ask you, Maggie, would it be harder for you not knowing what happened to your babies than knowing the truth of exactly what happened?
Not now.
And what says you? Not knowing, it's harder not knowing. I think I would go with that too. Even the most of horrific things that you might hear, don't you just have to know?
Yeah, everything.
Your baby?
Everything. Every single detail. As hard as it is.
Elizabeth Bergman, welcome. Thank you for being here. She says the closure is worse. No closure is worse.
No.
And this is my other question. Anne says, oh gosh, it's a burn deep inside that never goes away. This is my other question to you ladies who have lost somebody. Elizabeth, I don't know if you've lost somebody, but God bless you if you have. This is my other question. Are there things that even after the police or the hospital, the people who are around you told you everything, is there still things that you wonder about today about their deaths? Like, I wish somebody knew that, or I wish I could ask somebody that.
Always. I still ask questions. Always.
Wow. What says you, Anne? Hi, Digital Maniac. Good to see you, love bug. D. True says, I lost my first baby. It was horrible. I just, there's so many things Anne says. We one day we're going to get Anne up here if she's willing. I don't want to force anybody to talk about anything that's painful. And it's always going to be painful, but you just have to decide what pain you're willing to put out there, I guess. But I told y'all when my mom passed that I chose to not be in the room. I'm a runner. I run away from my emotions thinking that I can leave them behind. So my baby child did not want to go in there either and see her. And I had to be a mom first, right? So I was a mom first, and I stayed with my boy because he's a runner too. And we caught him running out of the hospital screaming. And so I grabbed a hold of him and brought him back with me. And so I had to be a mom first, and my other half, Big Cake, he went into the room. My other children were in the room. My sister, her children were in the room. My mom was well loved in that room. But do you know what? I have so many questions that I want to know what happened in the room, Maggie, but I'm so scared to ask. First of all, because I know I'm going to cry, and I know whoever's going to tell me is going to really cry, or they're going to say, you don't want to know, or something like that. But I really want to know. Um,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And on one hand, one of me's like, oh, I wished I would have just left Beefcake out there with, because that was my mom, you know? And then on the other hand, I'm just like, no, that's the way that it was supposed to be. I was a mom first and a daughter second. And oh, it's so hard. So
I
that's
know.
why I really do think that not knowing is so much harder.
So much harder
than
it is.
having.
Yes.
Ugh.
And sometimes as well, when people avoid you because they don't know what to say, is worse than saying nothing.
So what that's a good thing. That's good because I honestly did lose people after my mom died, but mainly because I pushed people away, and
Mhm.
that's just me. But what do we say? What brings comfort? What is the right thing to say?
I don't think there is a right thing, and I don't think they do bring you comfort because no one can comfort you at that time. But it's just nice to know that they feel for you, and it, that's what's comforting, I suppose. But there's no one can say anything that'll make you feel better.
But you say that the silence, like people
What's
avoiding you because
yeah,
they don't know what to say. If they said if they said something like, "I just want you to know I'm thinking about you,"
yeah,
or
that's the
"I'm
world.
praying for you," or you know what I mean, just a small something really quick. I
Well,
think people tend to go two ways. Tell me if this is true. They either go the way of not speaking at all and avoiding you because they don't want to upset you, or they go too much. They go too hard. Do you agree with that? Like
what what do you mean they go
like
too
if I
hard?
said Anne, Maggie, I'm so sorry for your loss. If there's anything I can do, let me know. Do you need anything? You know, you just stand there and just keep going and going and going. Is there a point where you're just
No,
like,
I don't think you
enough?
take it. I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I'd just be like grateful they'd spoken to me rather than cross the street when they see me coming or whatever. I mean, it's what some people say things and don't realise or they do. I mean, I had it said to me, none to make you laugh, none to make you cry,
Mm.
and that was like, that's,
Wow,
that,
this is incredible. Maggie, I think I've heard you speak on this too with Honey whenever you guys lost your babies. Anne says a brother-in-law just looked at me and I could see the pain in his eyes. Then he pulled me to him and softly hugged me.
yeah,
That moment, it was the only time I felt like she wasn't alone, and she also knew he was sharing her pain, and he didn't say a
yeah,
word. She felt.
didn't need to, yeah,
Wow. Lunch
yeah.
Lady said, I was asleep next to my mom when she passed in hospice house. I heard her say my name and it woke me up. And when I said, what, Mom? She never answered me. She was gone. So I don't know if she said that for real.
Oh,
So sometimes I guess it doesn't have to be a word, it has to be a presence, a feeling, a touch.
hmm
Wow.
It's
I
like
think.
when people die, like in a heart just of a heart attack, gone straight away, and
Mhm,
others have got cancer and they linger. Which
mhm.
one would you choose?
I
Which
would
one would you
choose, I
choose?
would definitely choose cancer.
Well,
I've
you
always
said
said that.
well rather so you could have that bit of time, but then I
Yes,
think are they struggling
I wouldn't
with
mind
self-love?
struggling because I look at that kind of like what I look with childbirth, and I did three of those births totally naturally. I knew there was an end to it. I just needed to get through it,
You
and
just
I
think
think
either one
it's.
at the end isn't any easier because it doesn't matter whether they go quick or they last for months. It's still even as much as you'd expect it. it's still a killer when it happens.
Yeah. Yeah. Anne says that words sounded empty to her. I think it's good to learn how we as humans should interact with people that have gone through a loss. I think we all want to understand that. Because I don't think there's anybody out there that wants to bring any more sorrow. And that's why some people walk away, and because you just don't know what to say. But at the same time, um,
I know.
for me, I always just say something, but I try not to carry on with it. I try to just tell them I'm here. If you need me,
Yeah.
I'm here. And because when my mom passed, I was like, Anne, words were empty. I didn't give a shit what you had to say to me.
Yeah.
I did death way differently than my sister. My sister was like, everybody come around, tell me stories, do this, do. I was like, don't nobody talk to me. I just want everybody to shut the hell up. The world needs to stop spinning because my mother's dead. She was the greatest mother that ever walked this earth. And I'm not just saying, she's my mama, right?
Yeah.
And I hated everybody because
Me
they
too.
continued on with their lives.
Yeah.
Not because I was broken, but because my mom was no longer here. And you guys that knew her, you shouldn't carry on because you know the loss this world just took. And those that didn't know her, you should be sad that you didn't know my mom.
The world
You know
just
what I
seems
mean?
so different once they've gone.
Yeah.
It's like you want the world to come to a standstill.
Everything just
Everything.
stop, and it's
Yeah.
got to go on. It's just, it's terrible.
Yeah.
Being in limbo is horrendous, knowing the inevitable. And I think that's probably what Pink just said. Hold on, let's go up here really quick. Lunch Lady says, my dad died from a heart attack, and 13 months later, my mom died from cancer. I would have chosen a heart attack.
It's hard to watch someone die of cancer, isn't it? The suffering, and then you want them to live because it's selfish. You want them when they're suffering. It's us being selfish wants them to linger. So in the
Well,
end, I prayed. I told my dad to go.
right. And I took care of, I told you all about my stepmom, who I never in life, she didn't like me. I didn't like her. I was respectful because she was my dad's wife and it made him happy. So I grinned and bare it for him. And it was funny that in her death, I was the one he called and asked me to come to Tennessee and be with him and take care of her. Because he brought her home for hospice. So I did. I slept next to that woman for 11 nights, and I would get up every 2 hours, flip her over, turn her, do all that. I'm the one that bathed her because my dad felt more comfortable with me bathing her instead of the hospice people. Those hospice workers had it good because I was doing it all. But that's the way my dad did it, wanted it. And, he's my dad. You do what you do. And, in those dark hours at nighttime when dad was in bed and my sister was asleep and my other sister was asleep, I got to talk to her. And I apologized for everything, and I was like, and I accept your apology because I think that if you were of sound in mind and you knew that these were your last moments, I believe that you would ask for my forgiveness. And I was able to have real conversations with her, even though she couldn't speak to me, but I knew she was in no pain. Believe me, I kept her well doped up. She was in no pain at all, but I was able to, it was a gift to me. I look at that even today, and do you know, I harbor no ill feelings towards her at all. And if I had it all to do over again, when my dad married her, I think I would look at her different because I would be able to see that she was just a vulnerable, at the end, very old woman. You know what I mean? And I think I would be able to have compassion but I feel like God gave me that gift to be of service to her and to my dad when it's someone you just don't like. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
oh man, the hours that I talked to her, I just so grateful for that. But at the end, like probably the last 5 days, I was just like, because my dad was like, let's just take her to the hospital. She can get well. And it was terrible. But I remember telling my dad, no, she can't come out of this. She just can't. And then like the last 3 days, I would tell him, Dad, go sit next to Joy. That was her name, Joy. And go talk to her, go sing to her because she's not going to be here. It's almost time for her to go.
Yeah.
And he probably didn't accept it until the night before. And I've got videos of my dad. You guys have seen my videos of my dad on my page. And he's standing over her bed and he's crying and he's singing to her. And I, of course, have to take those videos of my dad singing. I just do. I'm in love with him. And it was just precious, precious moments. You know what I mean? So that's what I mean about, yes, it's got to be hard watching someone with cancer go, but it's such a beautiful, beautiful gift. And not that God's going to give me a choice, but if I had a choice, I would definitely want to go by way of a long illness. That way, things like that can be done. You know what I mean? Things
Yeah.
like that I was able to do with them. Where I was, there's something to be said to be able to serve someone that in life you were just like, oh no,
Yeah.
oh no. All right, let's.
Can I just read this one out,
Yes,
please? Like,
please. Yes, absolutely.
Love. A heart attack is awful, Maggie. My last one, I thought I was dying. I couldn't breathe. It was scary, but the pain was horrible. Oh, I've seen
Mm,
people have had really bad heart attacks, and it's very painful, I believe. But I didn't mean that at all, Dr. Tulip. Please don't. Um, I don't want you to be offended. I mean, the heart. Would you choose, like, to die of cancer, and be it months, to a heart attack? I mean, the heart attack that just takes you. You know, you don't have time to take it. You're gone. You're dead. That's the type that I meant, and I've seen that happen. But I did see, like, they get really hot and sweaty before it, and they do get a couple of chest pains. I do see that, but I mean, not the horrific type. Would you choose one of those? But I know a heart attack can be very, very
mm,
scary and painful.
yeah. I think the difference also for the caregiver is that because my mother, that's what's on her death certificate is a heart attack. And they were able to get a heart rate, a faint heart rate on her to get her to the hospital so that, we didn't have to have the coroner come out to the house. And so that's basically what she passed of. And when I compare the two, dealing with my mom's death and dealing with my stepmom's death, I find so much comfort in my stepmom's death because I knew it was coming. There was no panic in it, not for me. You know what I mean? It was just a beautiful
Yeah.
transition into heaven for me. And like I said, we got to bury the hatchet and forgive each other. I really felt forgiven. And with my mom, I always felt like, what a load of crap. Are you serious? Like, what a freaking load of crap. And then 13 months later, when my sister died of the same thing, and the coroner actually had to go to her house because they couldn't get a systolic rate on her. What a load of crap. I didn't get to say goodbye. I didn't get to say, the next time I see these people, you know what I mean? They're gone.
Yeah.
And I just thought, what a load of crap. I want to say goodbye. I want to sit there. I want to hold their hand. I want to tell them everything that I should have been able to tell them, you know. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. That's why, we need to remember this. I need to remember this. People say it all the time. Hug your loved ones. Don't ever fail to tell them you love them. Don't ever fail to tell them that they're important to you. And guys, we do it every damn day. Every damn day. It's not until death that we're like, oh God, I had the greatest of the greatest, I really do try to live by that. But at the same time, now my kids don't leave this house without me hugging them. But when I talk to my kids, I tell them, I'm like, you just remember one thing, come from great stock. You come from great stock, and you're good people, and you're my joys, sincere joys. I tell my kids that. I tell Beefcake, you are one of the greatest joys of my life. And I thank you for that. I thank you for, just being a joy. You know what I mean? Like, not just happy, I'm happy to have you. Like, I take pride, the greatest pride. Let's read some more. Anne says, lunch lady, you had a horrible year like me. My son died January 2008, and my mom went to sleep exactly 9 months later from a heart attack. God, what a load of crap. I'm sorry. So, see, I go through these emotions where I'm just like, that is just the saddest thing I've ever heard. And then I get mad and that's the stages of grief. It's the justice, and none of those are wrong. Wherever you're at in your stage of grief, it's not wrong. It took me a minute to realize that, because people didn't like me. They were just like, we need you to come back around. Like, you turned into the most evil person since your mom left. I'm like, fuck you. Nobody cares. I'll do me, you do you, and you stay away from me. How about that? It took me a while to realize it took me a while to realize that every stage is okay. The only thing I had, and it took me until my sister left. That's when it took me. So I was pissed off for a whole good year and a half. I still get pissed off, but what I had to realize through it was, yes, it was okay for me to be pissed off, but it was not okay for me to take out my anger about them not being here on other people and making them miserable. You know what I mean? And that's what I was doing. Digital Maniac says, this is why I love this channel, where we can come together, laugh, cry, and show each other that we are not alone, no matter what we go through, that someone cares. Digital Maniac, you come and give us a hug. You got it. You got it. That's exactly who we are. And I love people. First of all, thank you for recognizing that. Second of all, thank you for becoming a friend of this channel and being here with us. And I wish more people knew that about us, because that's all we are, is really real. And so when people recognize it, I'm like, yes, Maggie, they understand. They understand it. And yeah, that makes me so happy. Thank you for saying that. And we love having you here, Digital Maniac.
Oh yeah.
It's worse watching them suffer. I watched my mom suffer. It used to make me cry. She had dementia. Yeah, I think that's a whole different thing, DT.
Oh,
I
that is
really
the cruelest, I think.
I
dementia.
have to, I have to agree with you, Maggie.
Oh,
That's a
definitely
whole,
is.
yeah. Now, if you use something like that, against like a quick death, I would take the quick death, because God, that has to be, I mean, I worked with dementia patients, but I haven't ever had one in my family. My Beefcake does, but when they don't know you anymore and don't know themselves, I couldn't imagine my mama or my daddy not knowing who I am, and the pain that must that must cause, oh gosh, I just can't imagine. I'm so sorry about that. Listen, we all wear different masks, don't we, Maggie? We really do.
Oh yeah.
And sometimes it is so appropriate to take the mask off and be vulnerable,
Mhm.
because that's part of being real too. That's part of life, and it sucks. It sucks,
That's
but
what brings you close as well, because we all get to know each other as a little family, and
yeah,
we're always here together at some points through the week, and that's what makes it real. Like, we all know about each other,
right.
uh, you know,
We're not just
and
names on a screen.
no, exactly, that's it.
Yeah. And it's okay. It's okay to be in a group of people. Listen, y'all know I've told you before many times, y'all know more about me than my own blood knows, my own beefcake.
Yeah,
That's the truth.
same,
It's because I
same.
can tell you guys stuff that I wouldn't dream to tell my family. A, because
Mhm.
I don't want to hurt them. B, because I don't want to be a whiner. C, because there's just all these different reasons why it's so much easier to tell you about it. And mainly, and not that my family would ever try to judge me, but I guarantee you there will always be someone in chat that understands me
Yeah,
and may have gone through what I've gone through. That's important. We're
yeah,
not alone. And sometimes we feel alone in our own families because as grown-ups, especially as parents, you can't talk, you can't show that. You got to be strong even for your grown children.
and some people haven't got supporting families, have they?
No,
You know?
that's exactly right. Look at Sab.
Yeah.
Completely right, So
Mhm.
God has given us a beautiful thing here, a beautiful thing, and there's
Mm.
time and a place for everything. And I'm glad that we've met kindred. I think we're kindred
We
spirits.
all
I
met at
really
the right
do.
time. We all met at
Yes,
the right time.
that's correct.
And I'm sure that didn't go with your son, love. Think of it this way. I think if I- if you wouldn't dream of if he was worried about and let it played in his head, you wouldn't want him to be like that, would you? You'd say it doesn't even enter. Just so I'm sure he'd say exactly the same to you. But I can understand what you mean about it going round and around in your heads. God help you.
Aloha, Sean. Aloha. Thank you for being here.
How old was your son, Anne? You don't mind me asking.
Oh, sweet Anne. Sweet Anne.
Oh my God, you're joking, Sean? Oh, we talking to you about your job, wasn't I? Oh, it's awful, like.
Oh, wow. Sean, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'll reach out to Daddy Trump because he loves me.
So you should.
All joking aside, I'm gonna pray that either that doesn't happen or that whatever God has chosen for you will come to pass, and you will know, and the door will open up very, very quickly for you. But yes, I plan on reaching out to Daddy Trump and tell him to knock it off. Look, I know he's trying, but he's human. He makes mistakes too, but he loves me. He told me so. He's like, Leanie, I love you. I was like, I know, Donnie, I love you too. I love you too. All right, let's get back to this, or we're never gonna get back on this. Barbara Smith, hello. Just got home from a
Hiya,
CT
Barbara.
scan. Oh,
Hope it goes well, love.
yeah. And I just want to say this to you really, really fast. I think of things as well too. I think we all do with people that we've lost, whether we had an argument with them or something we shouldn't have said, even at a certain occasion, or some way we shouldn't have made them feel. Is that, in my belief, the minute that the angels come for you, they have no memory of that anymore. No memory of that anymore. Just like whenever they pass, it's hard for us to remember anything bad about them. All of a sudden, we're flooded with all these wonderful things about this person. Even like my stepmom, who I did not really like, I was flooded with, my God, she loved my dad. My dad loved her. They were inseparable. You think of all the good things, and I believe that happens in death too, that God erases away all the pain. So I hope that brings you a little bit of comfort. Sean, stick around, honey. We will be praying for you in your job. God's going to take care of you. I promise you that. God takes care of his own. That's what my mama used to tell me.
I took photos.
I checked his neck.
Yeah.
He came over in shorts.
Yeah.
Within hours.
And he was happy for Kaylee.
Yeah.
Whether they were, I think they were close to getting back together. Maybe they weren't. Maybe they were. Whether she was moving without him or not, he had nothing but love.
We went and investigated Adam. What did you tell Adam?
Mm-hmm.
We went through that whole thing. Adam is about her trying to get back with Jack.
Day
Because they're
one.
roommates.
Day one of this all happening, Jack was right there in the trenches with me, reaching out to people Kaylee had called. Who is
Spent
this?
the first 3 nights here on our couch after he came. He could not leave us.
That's why the FBI agent said, Steve, slow down.
Mm-hmm.
We realize you guys are ahead of us. We realize that you guys have this chain of thought, and you're going where we're going. We're an organization, and we have to check it a little bit slower than you. And you're just ripping through it, and you're ready to tell everyone. It's like, slow down.
And I know it sounds weird that we asked him to show us his arms and stuff if we trusted him so much, but I think that
People,
I
think people would look at you negatively if that wasn't the reaction.
and I said, and I looked him in his eyes, and he was crying, and I was crying. I said, I'm so sorry.
We hate
that I have
doing this
to
to you,
ask,
but we have
but
to
can
do
it broke his
Please.
heart.
Yeah.
And he was just like,
Nobody's
Yes.
sticking up for me.
lifted up
And
his
we
shirt,
were sticking up for him.
and I said, okay.
We're
I said,
not
I'm so
blindly
sorry.
stupid parents.
Yeah. But I'm sorry when your child
Yeah.
meets her
And
demise.
it did not make me feel good either. But I was just like,
But when people are like, how do we stick up for him blindly? We're not blind.
No.
We
and
have
we know that
done
kid's
our
heart.
due diligence. We
We know
have
his
looked at this stuff.
family. He's been around my babies when my babies were born. He would watch them for me so that I could go to the grocery store by myself.
Right.
He had nothing but love for Kaylee and Maddie.
The thing that got me is I love that woman I've been married 27 years with. I've lost my cool. I've said things I shouldn't say. My daughter broke up with him, and within a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks, she had an interaction with a date. She said, call me a bitch. And she was like, I've been with one boy my whole life.
And I said, he's never called you. And she's like, never, Mom. And I said, really? And she goes, never. And he said, you could go make me a quesadilla. And she said, what did you say? And she said, I'm leaving. And she goes, and I left. And I went home like, oh, Jack.
She's like, I might not ever find another Jack.
And I'm like, you might not. And I said, honestly.
We would always tell her that,
Because she's like, she knows I'm a fly guy, but we're still married 27 years, have 5 kids with a happy life. She's like, your dad's definitely called me some names.
I think it happens in any relationship.
But I think
But
There's
he
always
goes
the
from
people that drive you up the wall and ones you love the most.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, she said net, and I was just like, she's like, never, never. And I was
We're
just
supposed
like,
to believe he just takes out 4 on his way to. It just seems like a
Over
huge
what custody of the dog? Like, there's just
It wasn't
because
all
Kaylee
that.
was leaving.
Kaylee was looking for every excuse for him to pick the phone,
Yes.
to read those texts.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
She
I will
wanted
leave
him to
tonight
know.
with the dog if you don't pick up. That type of thing.
Aw, so yeah. And they even when they broke up, they still communicated.
Yes,
it
every
sounds
day,
like
all the
it's
time.
like you know.
The whole time
and-
she
in
was
that
home.
bar
it was just
scene,
it was just a
they were around him.
Yeah.
They
Not
were-
Miss Jackson over here in the corner. No, she was around her ex, you know, and to me, that's comfort level. That's body language. This is the person that I'm one.
Talked to him about the conversation that night. We've talked to the other guy about the conversation that went on that night, and they both, you know, they were just like, hey, what's been up? How you been doing? You know, what's been going on? And she was trying to talk him into going to another bar down the street or something like that. And he's like, I worked all day. I'm tired. I'm going home. And he left and went home. And, you know, we think things could have been different.
We questioned
you know,
the time in that video.
a
We're not
time
sure if
stamp.
it's accurate. So people might look at that and take it to, based off of the records that we have, there could definitely be some questions on the timing of that.
right.
For sure. But I will just say, I can't verify the timestamp there, but I know for a fact that after they left the corner club, they walked to the grub truck. It's about an 8-minute walk, so we need to factor that in. And then they ordered food. They were at the grub truck for about 10 minutes, and they didn't leave the grub truck until the Uber driver had arrived at 1:49.
And those
So
cameras
if you
would
work
suggest,
backwards,
Mhm.
that timestamp doesn't match up.
I
So
would suggest.
I don't know. I'm not going to say it's completely false or anything or how false it is. I don't know. But I'm saying from the timeline that I know for a fact, working it backwards doesn't match that
Yeah,
timestamp.
gotcha.
and it had just been daylight savings, so maybe they hadn't updated their cameras or something.
We are not gonna go to bed and wait for other people to resolve a family problem. This is a family problem. And
This isn't just
both
a
those
family
girls
problem, this is-
are our girls, and we are not, I'm not handing over. I thought about it. I thought like, here, just take care of my family and make sure that you find the right guy. And I eventually got to a point and said, you know what? My family, we're all G's. We call ourselves G's because nobody can pronounce our name. We are not going to sit here and let somebody else do a job that we can't add value to.
And you guys have added value. I mean,
Yes.
you, Olivia, found the Twitch video
Mhm.
that actually solidified the timeline.
We watched the ring video that showed them pulling up, and we're like, that's them. It's 1:56. That's what time they got home. And there's the cart leaving, and yeah.
So we're working.
And I have my phone, Kaylee's phone is my phone, so we saw all the calls that she had made, and we
Is your mic muted, Lee?
Yep, I was muted.
I thought, because there was no sound, so I thought, I think she's muted.
No, what I was saying was I want to stop it right there and I'm going to back it up because I really want you guys to hear this part right here. It's really important to get what they just said. Actually, I've seen this interview. I can't tell you how many times, and it didn't hit me until just now what they said. I think I could speak for Maggie as well when I say this. She can concur or not concur afterwards. Maggie and I are trying to do this factually. And as far as factually, we're trying to go off of what the police have said. We're trying to go off what the family has said, because let's just be real. The family knows more than what all of us know. Okay. The police know more than what they're not speculating, you guys. Things aren't making sense to them because they know things, but the police aren't telling them why it's not making sense. They're not investigators. They're not going to figure it all out, but there's a lot they did figure out. Maggie, I want to rewind this part. I think it's important that you hear like
Go
what
on.
I just heard. I was floored. Just a second there. Let me pick myself up. Listen to
I'm
this
being
again.
honest, I'm finding it a little bit, I don't know whether anyone else is, finds it a little bit hard to hear them when they all speak.
Yeah,
I get a bit, my ears don't take that at all.
I'm sorry. I'm
No,
sorry.
no, don't. It happened the first time I saw it.
Okay. Listen to what they said about now, when this all first happened. Let me stop it. When this all first happened, remember they were talking about, well, maybe, and there's still people out there. Maybe the Uber driver did it. Maybe they didn't come home at this time. That's the wrong timeline. Blah, blah, blah. Y'all, there was no Ring camera. Listen to what they just said.
Do a job that we can't add value to.
And you guys have added value. I mean,
Yes.
you, Olivia, found the Twitch video
Mhm.
that actually solidified the timeline.
We watched the Ring video that showed them pulling up, and we're like, that's them. It's 1:56. That's what time they got home. And there's the car leaving, and yeah.
So we're working.
And I have my phone. Kaylee's phone is my phone, so we saw all the calls that she.
Did you guys hear that?
Did you say that they found the car leaving?
Did you hear him
Seen the
say
car?
we saw the Ring camera where they saw them come home? We knew exactly what time they got. Y'all, are the police, is it even in the PCA about the Ring camera? No, it's not.
No.
No, it's not. We don't know what all was on that Ring camera, do we?
No.
But obviously, they see them coming home on a Ring camera. They see the car, the Uber driver. It wasn't an Uber driver. It was a share ride. We know that. They see that one. What else did they see? What else did they see?
That's what I mean.
On
What are we
that
going to
Ring
find
camera.
out?
What are we going to find out? I watched this over and over again and never did it click. I know now they didn't have a ring on their door, but the neighbors had the ring. So
No.
what else did they see that nothing's been put out there? Right, Pink Fan? Right, gag
So
order.
was it the sister that found that?
Remember when I told you when she first heard it about
Yeah.
what had
She went
happened?
all over social
She went
media.
all
Yeah.
over social media and started clipping, and
Yeah.
somebody had gotten in
Brilliant.
touch with her and told her that grub truck that everybody was saying that, oh, we saw him at the grub truck, that grub truck
Yeah.
actually streams nightly onto Twitch. So she runs over to Twitch and she grabs it off Twitch
Yeah.
before.
Yeah, Lou.
So,
It's a Ring doorbell, Lou. Yeah.
yeah.
Pick up all kinds.
Let me just read this again. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act. This material, this material is used for purposes of criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, and scholarship. Thank you so much, Olivia, Chronicles of Olivia and Bullhorn Betty, for your work on this. We give them total credit for this interview. We have dropped their links in chat. Y'all sub up to them if you don't mind. Support them. Go over, hit the like on this video for them. We appreciate it so much. I'm floored by that. What else? What else? What else? All right, this is let's try. I'll try to shut the hell up and get through it.
She had made, and we said with an exact time. And
I reached out to every person she called. I had them send screenshots of the communications that had happened on that day, of texts with my sister, of the call with my sister. How long was your phone conversation with her? Just to do whatever I could in those first few hours, because unfortunately, by the time we even found out, they've been gone for more than 12 hours.
What America needs to know is you can be a victim all the way up to the point where you just hand it all off, or you can say, you know what? We have a moment in time to make an impact, do our due diligence, listen to what people are saying, write down deep notes, and you can be a part of solving it and work on it. Anyone who thinks that one officer or one department can do this alone for people, they're crazy.
Yeah.
This takes the whole community. This takes all of us to solve. We can't put this on one man, one officer, one police person, one deputy, one sheriff. We have to all come together and say, you know what, this is on us. Are we going to let these people exist and go undetected? Or are we all going to come together and say, this is enough? We're going to stomp this guy out of our community. And I'm telling you right now, we're coming for you. You're going to get stomped out.
Yeah. I feel like America is behind us on this one. I mean, it started with, the community, and then Idaho, and then United States. And I mean, it is just insane. I mean, I have people from Amsterdam,
Yeah, I was gonna say it's worldwide now, because
It's
I've got
worldwide.
people that
I
are in
mean,
my
it is
chats
worldwide.
from all over.
Finland.
Yeah.
Little countries in Asia and Africa.
like, and
It's
the
insane.
only role that we can play is to keep this hot, then that's what we'll do.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not going to sit there and say I have the tech that the FBI does. I'm not going to say I'm smarter than these people or anything like that. But I'm saying our role as a family is it's ebbing, it's flowing, it's molding. It's this one day, it's this another day. And we are there for whatever that is, but it's never going to be for us to sit back and do
Go to
just
sleep.
nothing.
Go to
You know,
sleep.
if it's pushing, if it's letting off the gas, if it's, you know, going down to Moscow, going door to door, asking for cameras, asking for testimony, whatever it is, we're not going to stop.
This is a small community, and we're not gonna let this become normal. We're not gonna let this become.
No, you don't go to sleep at night and somebody sneaks in your house.
You don't go to sleep at night not knowing at the end of the day you did absolutely everything you could have that day. To just your own capabilities. You know, I'm not saying go out there and you need to do a bunch of crazy shit. I'm not saying that.
Or yell at other people that they didn't do it.
Right.
You're
But
doing it
to
yourself.
do whatever you can yourself so that you can go to bed at night saying, Kaylee and Maddie, I still got you.
Still gotta sleep, but
I still got you. Sometimes it's media, sometimes it's
Because
not.
they don't have a voice anymore.
They don't. But it doesn't mean that it stops where it
the
stops.
new way to find justice.
I'm honored that, Steve, that you reached out to me a few weeks ago via email, and I just wanted to know, like, what made you reach out to me, or how did you kind of find me, or just kind of curious on that.
I was looking at Kaylee's footprint on the internet. I'm an IT guy, and I noticed that she had followed some crime type investigators, and I found you, and I was looking through your content, and I was like, all right, this is somebody that she definitely was way more committed to than just a hit or two or a subscription. So I was like, I need to figure out what case she was looking at. I started looking at the case that she was following with you, and then I was like, I'm going to reach out because I want,
She'll help us. Kaylee.
maybe she can help resolve Kaylee's story. They were already working together for other people's stories, but maybe this can help resolve her own story, which is just terrible that this happened to her. But that was the daughter I had. She wanted to help other families find this justice. So if I could find somebody else who already she wanted to work with, then that's the person I want to help solve this case.
She always tried to get me to. Like, I'm not a podcast person. I don't talk. I don't listen to. And she'd always tell me, you know, and I'm like, yeah. You know, I just turn on the radio. You know, AM station all the way to work.
And then the crazy part about, I think, all of it for us too is that, you know, we never talked to Kaylee about, like, how would you have your funeral?
No.
So a lot of these decisions we're making in the dark. So when we can find those personal connections, it feels like a natural path to go down because it feels like Kaylee guided us. You know, this is Kaylee approved. I'll say it in my head, you know, like I'll have a text from her that says, I love oranges, you know, and this is Kaylee approved. It wasn't that we didn't know her. It's that there's so many questions and answers you have to answer for at the end that you just don't realize. So to see, you know, Chronicles of Olivia, and she commented on your videos and followed you and had told me, oh, you gotta get TikTok. Her name's Chronicles of Olivia. You know, you gotta follow her.
She definitely did, yeah.
It feels like a personal connection for us to her.
And that's more important than
Anything.
advertising.
For us to do right by Kaylee, that's all that matters. If we felt doing right by Kaylee was, you know, to lay down and take this, we would do that.
Or just
But
pure
that's not her.
viewership or all this stuff that's so important to people. That's not how we raised our family. We didn't care about that. We still don't care about that. So we're trying to just
Make
go
her
by our
proud.
gut
Mhm.
feeling in her life, and if that can play a role in solving this crime, then that makes it a lot better. That helps with the process of healing.
And that's another thing I want to say is I really admire your family for being in the spotlight and not being like afraid and not just kind of walking away. And you guys are awesome. Like, I don't even know how to describe it.
We are afraid.
Inspiring.
We are worried. People tear us apart. We are
Yeah.
definitely worried, and they do
Yeah.
tear us apart. But it's not.
It doesn't matter.
That's not as important as our daughter's justice.
Exactly.
Our daughter's justice is so much. Like, I might not be employable for 100 years.
I might have blackballed myself as well.
Exactly.
But it doesn't matter, because there's just so
I
much.
have to have justice.
It's so much bigger than us now, and we would give everything for it every day, everything every day for the rest of our lives for it. Because Kaylee would do it for us. Maddie would do it for us.
All of our children would do it for us. But to know what she went through, and to think that I can just pretend like I've done enough.
Yeah.
She went through absolutely a nightmare in our head.
Terror, pure terror.
So then we have to tell ourselves, if we do that kind of effort. And I think that's the new way to figure out how to get through this, because we're finding out there's a lot of cases that are cold.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cases that are cold. People think
And it
just shut up,
scares us to death.
just shut up and listen. Guess what? There's those parents are calling me right now and saying, don't be quiet.
Yeah.
Don't make the same mistake I made.
Don't let it die.
You need to be vocal. You need to be uncomfortable. You need to take heat. You need to take risk. You might not be employable, but you might get, you could get justice with that. And that's what we're willing to do.
And those are other victims' parents that have reached out to you to tell you some of their stories.
Other victims literally saying, I follow the rules. I did everything to a T. Multiple times these parents have came out and said, my kids went cold. So I'm thinking, if it goes cold, I'm going to say I gave it my all. I did everything I could.
And we're not trying to say we're not going to follow the rules. We're just saying you need new rules, because obviously the ones that you're using aren't working in every case. Mm-hmm. So we're going to do what's right by us.
Family told us our baby was dead.
Yeah.
6 hours later, they tell us those rules aren't working.
Yeah.
Media goes so fast. So, yeah, we're going to play with a little bit more. I'm an IT guy. We're going to play with some more new modern rules.
Yeah.
What would you say to other parents that may have something like this in the future? What would be your number one tip or piece of advice that you would share with those parents?
We almost tried to put together an organization just for this, because after we went through it, you learn how much you don't know, and we are self-motivated and highly engaged people. So we were trying to think about it's almost like you need a pamphlet to say, hey, this is what's going to happen. But
I just feel like we're still so early into it,
And I think I would say,
don't be quiet.
Don't be quiet if you have the ability to not be. And most importantly, above all of that, is you have to do right by your loved one, whatever that means. And that's different for everyone.
Interview me.
Yeah.
Nobody knows your child more than you. And every officer should look at you and say, tell me what your child's life looked like. How did she wake up? What time did she sleep in bed all day?
Yeah.
Did she wake up?
What did she normally wear to bed? Was she wearing something different?
All
crazy?
pertinent.
So I would just say you just have to do what's right by them. And if that's, they would want you to just move on and let them, that's absolutely fine. And if they would want you to stay up every day,
Kaylee would
grinding,
not. She'd be like, you all better be hitting the streets and finding this person for me and Maddie.
Right.
Aubrey, where are you? Aubrey, where are you?
And I wish that we had just had
Take Murphy with you.
a stronger hand guiding us through that, and helping us to say, this is someone to talk to, this isn't someone, just so that interview, people might say this afterwards, because I feel like we just felt like we'd been hit by a truck, and then it just kept coming back, because we just kept trying.
But no, every time you talk, you will take more heat. They'll have less patience for you. So you have to be prepared for that mentally, because I don't want to give somebody advice that is actually very hard.
People are going to say,
why she said that,
you,
or did she smile because she said that, or did you see the way they looked at each other when they said?
Yeah, you will become a internet sleuth suspect, whether you lived 1,200 miles away like I did or not. and it hurts. And so you have to either just completely ignore it or not look at it.
Yeah.
Or get some thick skin fast.
I just don't even look at it. I did for the first week or so, and it just absolutely consumed me. And
It's
a
a
good friend
full-time
said,
job.
get off of it.
Yeah.
Just get off of it. And I said, you're right. And I was in all the little forums on Facebook, and I just unadded myself. And I told her, I said, I can't see people chew up my daughter, and chew him up, and chew me up.
And I'm in every group I can be. I monitor every
You are a very strong,
She's my
strong
hero.
young woman.
She's
Yeah.
my hero
I
every single
tell her all
one,
the
because
time.
what if he slips up there? What if he's in one of those groups? What if he
That's what I
says something that's a little too close that gives me a bad feeling?
That's why I
It's
love
a long shot, but it's what I can do. I can take that time. I can read this post. I'm physically capable of doing that, so I will.
One thing I would give to another father, if you have a role in that family, that you are the guy that's taken a leadership role in that family. You've always been there. We've been married for 27 years. I would suggest that you don't underestimate yourself. Don't let yourself be so small that you're scared to question that police officers and say, why didn't you ask me about these things? You need to engage them. You need to be aggressive. You need to go in there and say, you know what? I know about that dog. I know about her favorite shirt, her favorite dress, her favorite shoes. It might seem stupid, but as a father, I know a girl. And I think that information, even if 80% of it is invaluable, 90% something there, could tell those officers if your daughter was behaving in a suspicious way, like she felt uncomfortable, or if she was totally in a comfort zone. And we can see it. We see the video. We're like, oh, she's totally comfortable. But the world looks at it and they turn it into like, she's super uncomfortable. So
Why did she say carbonara like that?
Fun time with Daddy, and hope your shoulder feels better.
What the hell did you show her?
We thanked Kaylee's family for sharing the precious memories they had with the girls.
Now they're just thanking them, and that's that. So I'm going to leave that there. We've already been on for 2.5 hours. I want to make sure Maggie's okay. I want to make sure you guys are okay before I continue with this.
I can probably do another 20. Is that okay, Lee? Because Alex
Nope.
got to be up for work.
And no, I understand. That's absolutely fine. That's when you got to go. Just flag me down, or
I
just
will,
say,
love.
or just drop down. And I'm sure you'll be in chat once you get in bed. Maybe. I don't know.
I'm already in bed. I'm already
Oh.
in bed anyway, so I'll be listening.
Okay.
Just have to
Okay.
shut my mouth.
You have to shut your mouth. I do like what they said, though, you guys. When they were talking about, and it's so true, like being scrutinized. Like Kaylee,
Oh,
they
yeah.
said this about Kaylee, and all of a sudden it turns into a thing, right? Like she looked that way, she looked uncomfortable. We don't
Yeah.
know her.
Yeah.
That is what is so irritating to me about watching other people talk about this, that are just putting in their, look at Kaylee. Doesn't she look uncomfortable walking there? Oh my God, what does she mean by Maddie? What did you say? That kind of, well, her parents said she was fine. I would know my baby child, my kids, if they're walking, I could tell you just by the way they're walking. And Beefcake, you can too. Your family members, you can tell if they're absolutely fine or if something's up. And that's why we have to go by, what the parents are saying or what the family members are saying. Read into kind of what the police are saying, but not take the whole thing as the gospel meaning. So, the coroner says they were asleep in their beds. She didn't say they were all asleep in their beds, but everybody tore her up and said she said they were all asleep in their beds. So why was Ethan found on the floor in Xana?
Yeah.
Listen, they purposely talk that way. There's stuff they just can't tell us. They're going to give us little snippets here, little snippets there. So, but the families are better at giving a lot of information. And that's why the police quit telling the Gonzalez's stuff. They did. And if you go back and there's a lot of interviews they did, and they were pissed with the police, and especially Steve. And it's because the police quit talking to him, because they were giving interviews and they were scared he was going to say too much. I understand that. I get it. I hope everybody's doing good. Thank you all for being here. And love you so much, girl. Love you so much. Yes, Ann will be live tomorrow at 5 p.m. her time. Make sure you guys are subbed up to Ann and have your bells on. Not your bells, in your head, but the bells on. Yeah, so I think there's, if you go back and you really listen to what I find myself just going back, and not every day, but when I'm thinking about it or somebody brings up something, I'll go back and I'll listen a couple of times, because just like right now, as many times as I've watched this, it never clicked that he said, we watched the door cam. Oh, did you? Did you now? Did you? Because there was a big thing over, they didn't get home until after what they're saying. They're lying about the time frame. No, they have, camera don't lie. So, all right, let's do this student one right here. No, not that. Let's look at this. And I think this is one that I will be reading. Excuse me. Oh, no, it's not. This is.
Did you hear Barbara? She's just said she wanted to hear something funny. She only lives 60 miles away in Mexico and didn't know anything.
Wow, that's good news. Because why is it good news? Because that means that you absolutely can find a jury that doesn't know anything.
Yeah, true.
Right. People are worried about, are we going to be able to find a jury that's never heard? Yes, there are people that don't know. Let me look over here in. Let me see this. All right, let's look at this one. This is one I want to look at. Stop. All right, let's go over here. Share screen. Is that one it? Sorry, guys. I just want to make sure I.
Okay, I'll just look in the chat while you get it. Oh, lunch lady, I've never had goat in my life. Oh.
Yeah, you ain't no goat. All
What's
right,
it?
are we?
Sorry.
I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, what would you say it tastes like? What meat would it taste like?
She's saying that lunch lady is the goat, meaning she's the greatest of all time.
I thought she said a goose.
No.
Oh,
the
God.
Greatest of all time. The goat.
Here we go again with that long hair in your ass. Come on.
All right, let's play this.
Idaho college students brutally murdered more than 1 week ago. Authorities still have no suspects, as more than 100 local, state, and federal investigators are now combing the area for clues. CBS's Christina Ruffini reports that we're learning more about the timeline from the night of the killings.
Police here say they've tracked nearly 700 tips and conducted more than 90 interviews in their search for the person who murdered 4 Idaho students.
Currently, there are no suspects in custody, and we have not located a weapon.
Last seen in this video, roommates Madison Mogen and Kaylee Gonsalves. Police say they've questioned and ruled out the man in the white hoodie, along with the person who drove the two home that night. A timeline is now emerging, with the two surviving housemates arriving home at 1 a.m. Mogen and Gonsalves at 1:45, the same time as victims Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin. Police say there were multiple calls made to the cell phone of a victim's ex-boyfriend, ending at 2:52 a.m., but they don't believe he's a suspect. Those calls put the murders after 3 a.m. The 911 call came nearly 9 hours later.
The identity of the 911 caller and the 911 call have not been released.
We are now learning there were other friends in the house when police arrived. Around town, there are flyers pleading for help posted everywhere as investigators comb the area, even searching dumpsters for clues.
This person isn't just flying under the radar with no friends, no family. I'm sure they work somewhere. So the police just want everyone to be extra vigilant.
Olivia Stevenson, sister of Kaylee Gonsalves, says her family is frustrated over the police response.
If this individual is out there and they get this, I want them to be scared. And they should be scared because we will find them.
Now, police are still looking for the murder weapon, which they describe as a large military-style knife. CBS News visited a local sporting goods store where employees told us investigators had been by, asking about fixed-blade knife purchases. But in this part of the country, Nora, that's just not that uncommon.
Christina Ruffini, thank you so much.
All right, hold on just a second.
Government jobs
Oh,
have been
shut
under the
up,
microscope
Jane
lately, with
Pauley.
the Trump administration promising
Where am I?
sharp cuts to the
Here.
federal workforce.
Okay,
Many
let me
of us
stop her.
have a little.
All right. So I think it was Ethan Chapin's mom and dad that actually talked about who made the 911 call, you guys. And I'm pretty sure it was Ethan's brother, Ethan's best friend, which was also named Hunter. There were two Hunters. Remember, his brother and Ethan's best friend, if I'm remembering right. Yeah, 9 hours later, there's some stuff to be talked about there as well, and we will go over that. Let me pull this one. I just want to play this part really quick of one of her friends. Did I put it up already? Maybe I didn't. All right.
That's a tough question.
That is a tough question.
This is Ethan's parents, you guys.
It's not something you ever expect to hear, ever. Like the call we took from our kids who were there, and you just expect to outlive your kids. Honestly, I don't know. We're just trying to process it. It's not a call that you think that you're going to have to speak with the funeral home directors and the FBI and have it hit national news. I mean, we're more concerned, Ethan was a triplet, and that's a big thing. There's a couple of things. Ethan was a triplet, and that's the most important thing for us because we have these other two kids that are very impacted by this, and they need to be lifted up and cared for. And I think the other thing that's important to us is the reason why we've agreed to do this is, number one, you're local. And number two, it's important for us to get Ethan's story out. We don't really want anybody else representing him. And it's hard to have people speaking on his behalf. So we think it's best for us to do this.
And you did say, of course, that he was a triplet, and looking through the pictures you sent, like you said, they seem to be always together. I mean, did they all go to high school and then college together also?
Elementary, high school, everything, college, they all went to the same university. Yeah, I mean, everything. We travel, we play, we hike, everything we do is all of us together. I mean, we're a pretty tight family.
Did you say that they were the ones that called you about this happening?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then are you guys all back together now?
We are.
Yeah, we're in our home in northern Idaho, our summer home. We're going to be here for a couple days.
Now I find this interesting. This is Ethan Chapin's parents right here, guys. They're precious, precious people. And they too said it was their children, their daughter, the other two of the triplets that called and told their parents that Ethan was dead before the police did. And I think they're going to talk more about that on this. So let's just get through this.
Just to regroup a little.
Yeah.
And can you just tell me a little bit about Ethan? I think I was told he was very athletic. I think he played, was it basketball and tennis or basketball? Just tell me a little about his interests. What did Ethan like to do?
Anything.
He
You
played
name
anything.
it, he played it, literally. I think we just watched a thing from the university, spike ball champion, volleyball champion. I mean, right? I mean, he just literally would play and do anything. He played club soccer for years. Played, we traveled, all of our kids are athletic and we traveled every weekend, and he was involved in anything. He just literally, he was, I don't know.
He just loved to play everything.
He did.
All
He
the
loved
sports.
sports. I mean, our love language with him was sports. Like I literally watched, I follow like NFL football so that I can literally have a conversation with Ethan, because I could, send him a text message, and, that was I don't know, just everything. I don't know, that and country music. I mean,
yeah.
He's funny. He literally, we were trying to have a conversation really quickly about our favorite memory. We can't come up with one. I mean, he literally lit up every room, everybody. He was friend to all. He was an incredible human. I mean, one of a kind, popular. I mean, not that that matters, but I don't know. I think we believe that if you literally asked anybody in his life, anybody, they would tell you the same exact thing. I mean, I just got an email from his counselor at college, and he just said, I loved that kid the minute I met him. He literally walked in my office last week, and it was just simply to say hi. He had a huge smile. The whole, the feeling inside of the office changed just because he walked in. Mm-hmm. He always had something funny to say. That's been something we've talked a lot about. I mean, he was definitely the comedian of the three kids. He kept us all, I mean, we have the funniest videos of him.
He's the kind of kid that everybody wanted to be around. He was just a good kid.
He's a good kid.
That
kind to all.
Didn't deserve what happened.
No.
And wasn't he going to school to study? It was something to do with sports, wasn't it?
Sports management, I think. I don't know the technical title of it. But yeah, I mean, we told him he should go be a teacher and a coach. I mean, he was incredible the way he worked with kids, and he refereed youth basketball on the weekends in Mount Vernon. I don't know, he touched a lot of people. I mean, it's the amount of support that we've seen so far has been incredible. Right? Yeah. Our neighbors, everybody, it's incredible. I mean, we have messages from people that just are like, I knew him and he was incredible. Our daughter knew him, and all she talked about was how great he was. I mean, it's a huge loss. We were at Parents Weekend last weekend with them, and Jim and I left that weekend, and as we pulled out of Moscow, we literally were like, we've done it. We've literally done it as parents. We've created 3 incredible humans that will go on and have something great to offer to this world. Honestly, all three of them. We literally had a conversation that we will no longer have to worry about these kids because we did it.
Hopefully, people can support you guys right now.
It's an interesting situation because in all of your hardships in life, whatever you're going through, there's always like an outcome, like you get through it, right? Like, I don't know, whatever it is. This is something you wake up and you realize it's never going to go away, and it's very different. It's a very different. 2 a.m. is a dark hour. I can tell you that. We're all.
And I guess just during this time, like I said, you guys seem very tight knit. Are you just like, what's going forward look like for you? I know that's a hard question right now. I know it seems like you guys are really there supporting each other through this.
I think one of the first things that, like, when we got Maisie and Hunter, one of the first things, that came to me is that our life has literally taken a left turn, and I don't know how that's going to affect us, but we will not let this sink us or sink our kids, because if anything, they have to go on and shine Ethan's bright light on their own.
I think that's the questions I have right now, unless there's anything else you guys wanted to add.
Kids, do you want us? Our kids are here watching. Do you guys have anything you want to add? Hunter, Maisie? He was their number one, and that's going to be a hard loss for both of our kids. Both Maisie and Hunter. He was kind of each of their number one. So it's going to be hard just for the three of them without him now that they're two. We've gone from 3 to 2, and it's going to be hard for the 2 kids to figure out how to live life when you've spent 20 years as 3, and now they have to figure out how to be 2 and carry, I don't know. It's terrible. It's important for us. The reason we've agreed to do this is there's some misinformation out there, and that's been hard for us. And that's why we, as a family, talked about it and agreed to do this, because the things that are being said are 100% not true. There's not drugs involved. There's not some weird love triangle. Ethan stayed the night at his girlfriend's house, who was one of 5 girls who lived in the home. And it's just important that people let the criminal part of it try to work itself out, and that these kids, all of the kids were just really good, great kids. So, the light of the school, everybody knew them.
One of them, I believe, was his girlfriend was also killed. Is that correct?
Yes, Xana. Yeah, they were in the same room.
And I think that's all the questions I have, but I really do appreciate you guys sharing more about Ethan so we can understand more about him and share more about him with, Western Washington and the community here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Wow. Wow. So that's just listening to another set of parents, Ethan Chapin's parents. And I think that was the second interview that they did, Maggie. The first interview they did was it was even more raw than that one, I think. Because they also were told that Ethan was killed by their children. And they got in the car immediately and went to go get their kids. Because if you look at the picture of all the cars in the driveway that had to stay in the driveway because it was a crime scene, all 3 of their kids' cars were there, you guys. Ethan's Jeep was there, Hunter's Jeep was there, and Maisie their girls' vehicle was there as well, and all that had to remain because they had to. That's part of a crime scene. So
How
they
come
went
their
back
cars were there? If
because they had drove there. They had gotten the vandal. So so what happens on campus is you sign up for text messages, right? So if there's a tornado, like in our area, if there's a tornado
oh,
or
I get what you mean.
you know, so whenever when the murders happened, they got what they call a vandal alert because that they're the
Yeah.
vandals. That's their mascot or whatever. And they
Yeah.
got the vandal alert that there was a homicide on campus, and then it started coming out. So then that's why I think Ethan's best friend had walked in because he lives across the street where Ethan lived. Ethan did not live in the fraternity. He lived
Yeah.
across the street from this house in the apartments, and he I guess got a call from one of the roommates that survived, and he went over there, and he's the one that called, or maybe it was Hunter's best friend. He called Hunter or texted Hunter, whatever, and said, "You need to get here. Ethan's dead." And they both showed up, and then they called their parents and said, "Ethan's dead." And then the parents turned around to get him. And one thing that will always stick with me through this is that Mrs. Chapin said to her kids when she got them in the car, they left. They didn't stick around. She got her kids and they left after they had given their statements. And the kids were in the back seat, and she turned around to both of them and she said, "I don't know what the hell happened in that house, but I do know that we're going to come out of this and we're going to be okay." And when I heard her say that in an interview, I was just like, I don't even think as a parent, I would, those words, so you could tell she's so put together.
Yeah.
I'm not saying she's not hurting, but I'm just saying
No.
she's a much wiser,
Yeah.
strong leader. You could tell she is the leader
Yeah.
of her family. She is. That's what
No
I think.
matter
Yeah,
what, she's
yeah,
keeping it
and
together.
you can feel that, right? Like that strength that she gives to her family. She's like, she's it. She's the strength. And I've heard it said before that moms really are the strength of their families, but I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure she wears the pants too. That's just I've watched a lot of different stuff, and that's what I get.
Yeah.
Thank you everybody for being here. I appreciate it so much. If you'd hit the like for Maggie and I, we'd appreciate it. You guys, we've been
Melly.
studying. We've been studying. This isn't just something we throw together. Maggie's doing her own research. I do my own research. Maggie sends me things. We do work hard. This isn't just something we're throwing up here an hour before we go
Leonie
live.
works hard, guys. Maggie's done nothing.
Yes, you have. You send me things that you have found on it. But I'm just letting you know that all we ask is that you just give us a like for it. We'd appreciate it so much. So much. I hope everybody there's something that you could say, wow, I didn't know that. Because even I'm doing it. So are you doing that now?
I am. I'm adding things I forgot about.
Yeah. Melly Joe, hello, welcome. She went to CrimeCon too. Yes. Nobody knew she was going. She stood up. I need to find that video. The video's out there where she stood up and she said, "Hi, I'm Ethan Chapin's mom," and the whole crowd stood at a standing ovation. No one knew she was there. That gives me chill bumps. All right, let's see. Now let's talk about Brian Kohberger. Let's just get a sense of what some people said about Brian Kohberger. Let's pull this up, Idaho, because I think this one speaks for itself. This one is, are we on big screen? Yes. Okay. Idaho murders Brian Kohberger's former friend speaks out on social behavior, alleged drug use. This is Fox 4 News coming KDFW. I think this is coming out of, I can't remember. I just know it's Fox News. It says Anderson County. No, that's for mine. Oh, we have a river flood warning in Anderson County. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, you two, for telling me that. Let's listen to what this says. Really quick. What the image that's being shown on here, guys, is when actually he was in. I want to say he was in Latah County. He had already been sent back to Latah County. So let's see what this has to say for itself.
The death penalty. Brian Kohberger appeared in court yesterday morning. His family and the family of at least one of his alleged victims were there as well. It was an emotional time for the families as Kohberger heard his charges for the first time.
It's obviously an emotional time for the family, seeing the defendant for the first time. This is the beginning of the criminal justice system, and the family will be here for the long haul.
It alleges that
The judge did not set a bail, with the prosecutor arguing that Kohberger was arrested 3,000 miles away in Pennsylvania. His next hearing is scheduled for Thursday. Yesterday, we broke the news of the unsealing of the affidavit right here on Good Day Seattle.
So we've had some time to look through those documents, and we've learned that one of the surviving roommates saw a masked man walk by her. He was about 6 feet tall, bushy eyebrows, and that's the detail that helped investigators zero in on Kohberger as a suspect. David Rose actually asked a retired Seattle police detective about why investigators have not revealed a possible connection between him and the victims.
You never have to know why it happened. You just have to show that it happened. I mean, everybody wants to know why, and the link between this guy and the victims, and maybe it'll come out in the future, but it's not necessary for a successful prosecution.
All right, if you want to watch that full interview, by the way, on our website, it is fox13seattle.com.
With all the focus on the recent arrest and court appearance of suspect Brian Kohberger, we take a moment to remember the victims of this horrific murder from nearly 7 weeks ago.
Their loss has been devastating, and they were bright lights in our community and are deeply missed.
The community still mourning the loss of the 4 victims: Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves. Flowers and handwritten notes have been left in each of their hometowns now.
He lit up many of my dark days, days where maybe things weren't rolling for me.
20-year-old Ethan was from Conway in Skagit County. He was a freshman majoring in sports management. His family remembers him as a funny, charismatic, and positive young man.
We are eternally grateful that we spent so much time with him. And I want to remind you that that's the most important message that we have for you and your families, is to make sure that you spend as much time as possible with those people, because time is precious and it's something you can't get back.
You can learn more about all of the victims and their stories on our website, fox13seattle.com.
Okay. Where am I at? Channel 4 News. Okay. I want to read this to you guys. This says Moscow, Idaho. Rich Pasqua.
10 new numbers
Oh,
released
no,
today
no, no,
from the
sister.
Puget
No,
Sound
no.
Auto Theft Task.
Okay. Rich Pasqua, hopefully I did not butcher his name, who said he is a former acquaintance of Idaho murders suspect Brian Kohberger, recalled the interactions they had and the behavior Kohberger displayed. Kohberger is a 28-year-old criminology student at nearby Washington State University who was named as the suspect of the quadruple homicide. 21-year-olds Kaylee Gonsalves, Maddie Mogan, as well as Xana Kernodle and her boyfriend Ethan Chapin were both 20, and they were stabbed to death on November 13th at a house near campus in Moscow. Pasqua told Fox News host Lawrence Jones on Saturday's Cross Country that Kohberger was just your average guy. I met him through some friends, and they told me he was a little weird and that he was a little socially awkward. I guess you could say, but he wasn't a bad guy, Pasqua said. He needed a job, so I worked at the pizza shop at the time, and they were hiring, and I said, yeah, come on in and apply. And he did, and he got the job. So I worked with him for a little bit, but he was quiet, though. Pasqua also shared that the 28-year-old Pennsylvanian didn't have a girlfriend when he knew him, and that his wife even went to school with him. They graduated together, and she doesn't remember him ever having a girlfriend. I don't remember him ever having a girlfriend, and he didn't have many friends, he continued. So He like would do anything to fit in and would do like, he just wanted to be like everybody. But he wasn't a bad kid. Like, he was all right. And I knew his sister. I went to school with his sister, and I knew his father worked for the school. And I believe his mother did too. But his family, they were all nice people. And, his dad was always really nice to me, very polite. But I never thought that he would do something like that. Pasqua claimed Kohberger used drugs and that they were both heroin addicts. I got 6 years clean now, Pasqua said. I worked in treatment and everything, but back then I was using. And so that's how I know for a fact he was using. I got high with him a couple of times and used with him. Pasqua said he knew other people who dealt drugs and would deliver drugs to Kohberger frequently. Kohberger's former acquaintance said that that's what he heard about the Idaho murder case. I haven't heard from him in so long, and then I heard about this, and they said he was going to college, Pasqua said. I said, I haven't heard from him. I guess that's what he's been doing. He must have cleaned up. I know he was in and out of rehab a couple of times, but he really did. He cleaned up, and he was going to college all these years. On January 5th, Kohberger made his initial appearance in Latah County Court. It's just creepy. And there's that. Then everybody okay? I've only got a couple more things to show on this one. I hope everybody is doing good. Elizabeth says Kohberger is toast and his 16,000 poser shills. I hope any thoughts on BK's comment asking if he was the only one arrested. Was it a red herring and he acted alone? Or could there be someone else involved? Well, I can, the next time I can bring that part up where the police talk about it now. If you listen to other people, that say Brian Kohberger, I don't know. I don't think it was caught on camera. It was just reported that he, upon arrest, he did say, am I the only person you arrested? I have my own thoughts and theory on that, and I'll save them for a different time, I guess. That's for you to, you're the 13th juror. Did he say that because somebody else is involved, or did he say that because he knew it was going to get out into the press to make it look like somebody else was involved? Did he say it because he's a criminology student? It brings doubt. He had quite a bit of time to figure out what would happen if he got arrested and how to handle it and what to say to cause doubt, right? Because that's all they've got. That's all that the defense has to do is create doubt in one mind, not all 12, just one, and he's not guilty. What says you, Maggie? How do you feel about that?
I feel the same as you. Yeah, he was a criminology. He was into all that. So if he wanted to cause a little bit of just that little seed of doubt, isn't it? That's all it takes. But was it said? Is it proved that it was said?
I can't remember if it was ever proved, to tell you the truth, but I'll do some research on it and bring it up in our next one. But I do remember that they said that when he was arrested, that he asked that question, which would lead Ann Taylor, it would help Ann Taylor's cause in the fact that, there are two pieces of evidence that have a male's DNA on them. Here's the deal with the male's DNA. So the male, they can conclude that it's a male's DNA that's on the palm print on the stairs and on the glove outside. So they can prove that, but they're saying the male's DNA is inconclusive, meaning there's not enough blood or to get a full DNA reading on it, right? So it doesn't mean that that glove or that palm print isn't Brian Kohberger's. It doesn't discredit him. It doesn't discredit Ethan. It doesn't discredit anybody else that may or may not have been there. It doesn't discredit any male on the face of this earth, because there's not enough in that sample to get a reading. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So now we use it as speculation. The ones that believe Kohberger isn't guilty, they're like, but there's that, So, and we know it's male DNA. It wasn't Brian Kohberger's. Well, we don't know that.
Yeah.
He mentioned the sheath before his arrest, the only one with insider investigative knowledge of unreleased data. Yes, you are correct, Elizabeth. And we're going to pull all that up too. We're just getting there rather slowly. You're painting a rock. Lunch Lady's painting a rock. I love that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lunch Lady. We guys hit the like for us. All right, let's go. Digital Maniac says, what does he say down here? If Kohberger did this, I wonder if he was already in the house before Kaylee and Madison arrived home. What do you think, Maggie?
I've thought of that before. I've even thought, is that why the dog was barking for a while? Was he in the same room? Was he hiding where the dog was?
But when was the dog barking? So we know the dog was barking at the same time that that they thought Kaylee, that the living roommate thought Kaylee was bouncing around with them. So was the dog barking before they came home?
Yeah.
So we need to figure that out. Digital Maniac, I find it, I mean, it's a huge possibility. But then there's proof that he wasn't. And listen, it's proof to me that he wasn't. It may not be proof to you.
I wonder if they did catch him, because he was in his car, wasn't he? I wonder if there's any footage of him in the car. Like
so that's what I was
leaving, wasn't it? Sorry,
No, I'm glad you brought it up. That's what I was going to say. If you believe that the 4 passes that were done by the house that night before the murders, then no, he was not in the house. He entered the house after everybody was there. But if you believe that car was not him, then it's possible he could have been in the house. I personally believe that the car was him passing by the house 4 times, or else it would not have been in the PCA. It's in the PCA that his car passed by that house 4 times.
See, I'm thinking, would he have come in that car there? Wouldn't he have gone, where the sliding doors are?
On the side, on the back side.
On the back, yeah. Wouldn't he have gone through them, like that
Yes.
little bit of woods
Well,
type of, I'm thinking, wouldn't he have gone through there?
Well, yeah, that's what the PCA says. The PCA says that they believe that that's where he entered and exited the house. And that's why if you listen to some of...
going through the trees.
Oh, well, yeah, he just came down the little hill behind the police car on the screen. If you see the police car behind Maggie, behind that is a little hill. Up on that little hill up there, you guys.
Yeah, that's right, because you see a person.
Yes, that's the parking lot up there. But that is a dead end. So he would have to turn around up there and come back out and come down the side of me down here where you see this yellow tape. That's a side road there that comes from the back of the house. Or you could keep going on my side.
There and got out, Lainey?
Yes, I believe that he parked back there.
Yeah.
I believe he parked back there and he came down that little hill. He went into the screen door and then exited through the screen door, back up that little hill and into his car. And if you remember in the early days, excuse me, if you remembered in the early days, At first, they did not have the back part of that blocked off. They only had the front part of this house to the side, like right around it. They expanded. Do you guys remember that? I can find that. Let me write that down too. They expanded the perimeter to up that hill. And that's why they say that they believe that he came down that's why it was put in the PCA. Somehow they've got evidence on that hill, whether it's, I don't know, there's snow on the ground, whether it's, slide marks from a shoe that's fresh from the hill, a footprint up there. They don't have to put all that in the PCA, you guys. They're not gonna put it all in the PCA. They're just not. So there was something that was found on that hill that caused them to expand the crime scene a couple days after this murder, or the day after. If you guys remember that.
That's what it was.
Digital Maniac says the dog could have started barking after the struggle. It seems the dog is friendly and is used to. Yes, yeah. I think that's a good point. That's a very, very good point. That dog had to have been, I mean, at both houses, right? With Kaylee at this house and with Jack, her ex-boyfriend, over at his apartment, because they shared
people
him.
going in and out all the
Yeah,
time.
he was used to people. You're right. So it makes me think that maybe he sensed that his owner, his love, I can imagine Newt. Could you imagine Newt? He would lose his freaking mind if somebody was hurting me. He would. He would. And he would have to be locked up too. So that's a great point. Maybe Murphy sensed that his human was being hurt, and that's when the barking started. Or they always say, have you guys heard this before? Always pay attention around strangers to your dogs and to babies, because babies and dogs can sense it. I will tell you right now, I believe in that a full 100%. Cheyenne never barked at anybody. Cheyenne knew no strangers. Cheyenne went to work with me. Oh, that's why she was the perfect dog to be a therapy dog. She loved everybody. There was one person that came in that building. I had her at work that day, and he had been in and out of our building a couple of times before. And my daughter was my boss there, and she dealt with a lot of the maintenance stuff. And he came in to fix something, and Cheyenne was sitting there, and I had her on a leash. And y'all, he walked past Cheyenne with my daughter into my daughter's office. Cheyenne followed him with her eyes. Once he got in that room in the office, she started growling. And one of my clients that was, he had a TBI, but he wasn't he could understand what was going on around him. He was like, oh no, he said, go get her, don't let him be by himself in there with her. He's like, she knows something's wrong with that man. And y'all, I just walked Cheyenne in there, and she just stared him up and down, but she had never reacted that way. So I had her on a tight leash I didn't know what she was going to do. Was he with the parents at the time of arrest? Were they home? I have been concerned about the dad driving to get him prearranged, but to BK arrange, knowing what he was about to do. So I don't know this for sure, but it was put out there that I don't even remember by who, Lulu, that the flight was already arranged.
Didn't I? If the flight, did he know when his dad was coming, and that's when he sort of worked around it, made it fit in for him, so he had his little alibi and everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I think happened too. I think it was already done. I think this has been pre-planned for a long, long time.
Yeah.
But I guess we just will never really know until it comes out in court. A lot of things just aren't going to be we can have thoughts on it and stuff like that, but we don't really know. But I think it was all part of the plan. I think his dad had a ticket because I don't know how it is in other countries, but if you buy a ticket ahead of time, here in the United States to take a flight, especially that was the holiday season. That's like holiday season, Christmas time and summertime, tickets like double. So it's better to buy them a couple months or at least weeks in advance. So I think that's what was done. I don't know though. I don't know. But yes, his parents were in the house when the FBI didn't knock on the door. Poor Ann Taylor, I'm sorry they didn't knock on the door and come in for crumpets. No, they busted through the glass door. They busted through all the windows, and they came through the front door. At least they didn't bust it down. But yes, there was a lot of broken glass because they came through it. They mean business. They're not there for tea and crumpets. And it is said that they were held they had guns on them. So yeah, I'm sure the parents were very traumatized. Very traumatized.
Wondering what PCA means. Google says it describes concentration of alcohol. Probably not in this case. What does it mean, please?
PCA is, yes, Pink Fan says it is probable cause affidavit. So whenever you hear someone say the affidavit, it's the PCA. It's what the police have to write up to. Did you know this? So you have, in order for an officer just to pull you over, like for a ticket or whatever, they have to have a probable cause. Meaning, you know how sometimes when you're driving and you see that cop following you, and you're just like, shit, they're going to pull me over. It's because they're calling in and they're saying, hey, now if you're speeding, that's probable cause. They've already got it. But sometimes they've got a bad feeling, but they need probable cause. They're looking for probable cause on your car or your vehicle to be able to pull you over, because they're not allowed to pull you over without probable cause. It's the same exact thing with an arrest warrant. In order to get an arrest warrant, you have to give a judge signs off on arrest warrants, not the police. The police have to fill out a report saying this is exactly what happened. This guy, this is what he's done. This is what and this is why we need to arrest him right now. And so they only have to put in enough probable cause in there to get the arrest warrant. So, will there be more information provided in court with this case than the Delphi cases? No kids were involved. I found Delphi lack of info and frustrating, left me in doubt. Yeah. I think there will be. The problem is there is 2 20-year-olds involved. And I mean, some say at 18, but legally we're responsible in the United States for our children until they're 21 years old, even if they run away from home. They have to be emancipated. So we're not exactly sure how this is going to go. And unfortunately, there's a gag order all over this as well, all over this, just like there was in Delphi. So, but this judge, I'm telling you, I'm so grateful for this judge. He is a no nonsense. I love no nonsense people. Give it to me straight. Don't take no shit. Don't take no prisoners. Listen, he will put you in your place that quick. And I love that. Don't sugarcoat anything. Put it out there. I think that's the way all judges should be. And the second judge, John Judge, he was enamored with the defense. He was. And I'm going to tell you what, if I was a defense lawyer, believe you me, I'd be using my womanly wiles too. I believe the judge will allow cameras. But I think what he's going to allow, he has his own camera. So they have a court camera, right? I don't think he's going to allow like NBC, Fox News, anybody like that. I don't think he's going to allow them to bring in cell phones or any little thing like that. I don't think he's going to allow it. I think he's going to say, like in the Murdaugh case, do you guys remember the Murdaugh case? They used only the court cameras. That's it. And I think that's smart. I think it's smart, because if you allow CNN, YouTubers, NBC, whoever to come in, right? You take the chance of jurors getting their video, getting their faces on video, and we have to protect people. We have to. So I'm all for it. If you want to use court cameras, use court cameras. But yeah, I do think that it'll be there, because this judge is like all about the law, and I dig it. Is BK facing the death penalty? Yes. That's one of the things that his lawyer, Ann Taylor, tried to get thrown out. That was one of the things in the hearing that happened a couple weeks ago, was that she wanted the death penalty to be taken off the table, because Idaho is, when the pandemic hit, of course, we there was a shortage of everything. So one of the shortages was the medication that it takes to put someone to death that's on death row. Well, Idaho doesn't have any more of the medication, y'all. They're out. Okay, it's out, and no telling when they're getting it. All right. So that's why they brought it back. It's here. The firing squad. And so Ann Taylor, the defense, argued, hey, it's too much on his psyche, too much on his mental health to have to sit in jail for up to 20 years, worried that he's going to a firing squad. That's what she put before the judge. That it's not fair that he has to worry about going to the firing squad. It's inhumane. Really, it's inhumane. Well, this is what I would have said, but I'm not the judge. I would have said, I guess he doesn't have to worry about anything to worry about if he's innocent, right? That's what I would have said, because I'm facetious.
Exactly.
And I'm a smart ass. And that's what I would have said. But she's got more couth than I. And but the judge basically just said, look, what difference does it make how we put him to death? It's still a mental kind of thing. Eventually you're going in that room, and it doesn't matter how we do it, but it's lawful and it's legal. And if he's found guilty, he's going to the death chambers. What else do we have, Maggie?
Just reading Digital Maniac says, who do you believe the target was? I think Kaylee, due to the fact she was moving to Texas soon. Maybe he knew she was going to be there the last time at the house.
For a long time, I thought it was Kaylee too, because it was a known fact just by the way that the parents were talking. And the parents were profusely, Steve Gonsalves and her mom were profusely apologizing to the other families and saying, we're so sorry, because they thought Kaylee was the target as well because of her wounds. She was one of the people that really put up a fight. It says, I don't remember if it's in the PCA or if one of the police put it out or whatever, or if the Goncalves family is the one that said that the police told us she had the worst of the wounds. So they really thought that she was. Now, doing all the research that I've done, I don't believe it was her. I think it was Maddie. I think he killed Maddie first, and I think Kaylee woke up. I think they were asleep. I think they just passed out. It was late. They'd been drinking. They got their bellies full with their carbonaro. And they just passed out, chilling, loving each other, talking. Just
how long had they been in? How long had they been in?
Well, the last phone calls that went out to her ex-boyfriend was at the 3 o'clock hour, right? So, and they came home at 1, what was it? I can't even remember. It was 1:45. So they know that the murders took place after the 3 o'clock hour. And then when you when you
around 40,
right.
didn't he say?
So the last interactions that we know of that Kaylee's phone had was 3 o'clock, and Maddie's phone when they were trying to get in touch with Jack. So a lot of people were saying, "Oh, that's when it happened." Well, no, because it's proven in the PCA that Xana was on TikTok and sent out a little message to somebody or a comment at 4:12, which goes to tell you, because we know Brian Kohberger was, or whoever was in and out of that house like that. This didn't take forever. This was not an all-night deal, you guys. He was in and out. Xana Kronoto's last message went out at 4:12.
Wow.
So I think the girls were asleep. I think
Maddie,
Maddie.
by the time they've got in, they will have been, because I was thinking, I wonder if they'd have been asleep.
And the coroner came out and said they were asleep in their beds, but she didn't say who they were.
Yeah.
So everybody just took it. She lied because all four of them weren't asleep in their beds. Well, she didn't say all four. She said they.
Yeah.
That just means some of them, right? I mean, you got to use a little bit of common sense. They're not going to give everything away. But Maddie, I believe, was his target. It is proven by the families that that he followed Maddie and Xana on social media, that he had been to the Mad Greek restaurant at least twice, that he sent Maddie private messages through Instagram, that he commented up to, what did it say, you guys, 2 weeks before the murders on one of her pictures. She never answered him back on social media. So she never interacted with him. So, and Maddie was tiny, you guys. She was only like 90 pounds. She was a tiny little thing. I think it happened really fast with Maddie. And then that's when Kaylee woke up. And you could tell by looking at the grub truck video and the way that they're walking. Maddie was pretty wasted. I mean, she was pretty wasted. And even the big guy, and I forget his name, in the grub truck video, when he had to go live and say, guys, I never even knew these chicks until I saw him there that night. You know, poor guy. And he said that Maddie was just wasted. She was saying all kind of shit to everybody. I get that. That's the way I am when I'm wasted. Me too. But Kaylee, I don't think was as wasted. You could hear her talking, and I'm sure she might have had a buzz going on, maybe. I don't know. But I think she woke up during, unfortunately, and she put up a fight, and she was pinned into where she was, and that's why she had more wounds than the rest of them. And if you go back and if you've listened to a lot of Steve Gonsalves's many interviews that he's given, in one or two of the interviews, he always said there was no reason for him to go upstairs.
Yeah.
And a lot of YouTubers ripped that apart, you guys. They were like, so Xana was, there was no reason to go upstairs. So Xana must have been the target, blah, blah, blah. He must have, they just ripped it. It was so dumb. What he meant by that was, if Xana was the target, why would he have gone upstairs?
Yeah.
He went upstairs. I think, now it hasn't come out, but I think, you guys mark my words on this. How are we going to be able to tell who was killed first, second, third, fourth? Because let's say Maddie was killed first. The only blood that's going to be in Maddie's room, in the wounds, is going to be only Maddie's blood.
Maddie's, yeah, because the blood's
Right.
from each.
Right. And Kaylee's wounds, I'm not talking about on her body splatter. I'm not talking about splatter. I'm talking about in the wounds. If Kaylee was second, you're going to find Maddie's blood and Kaylee's blood in Kaylee's body. And they're going to keep going. And that's how they've been able to tell who's first, second, third, and fourth. Okay. So that's all going to come out too. That's just logical. That's how DNA is represented.
Wonder where that knife went, where he got rid of that.
Well, I mean, after the murders, we know that his phone was off for how many hours? 2.5 hours.
Mm.
His her parents, her, Kaylee Gonsalves's dad and mom fully believe that he came in with a kill kit. I think he did too. I absolutely do.
Came in with a what?
A kill kit.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
do. hmm
He was well prepared.
Yeah. And I think I think that's how. Now, a lot of people say, but there was no blood found in his car. How do you know?
But you don't know. Yeah,
You
you
don't.
don't know. I've thought of that until you say, but you don't know, do you?
No. But he was, and then some of you say, well, how come he wasn't bloody? How do you know?
Yeah.
Why did they? Obviously, they found something because they extended the crime scene, you guys.
Yeah.
So something was found on that heel. What was it?
Yeah.
We don't know. It didn't have to go in the PCA. It didn't have to go in the PCA.
No.
Let's see what else. Xana and Ethan, I heard too. Does that mean Melly Joe, the court case, it's supposed to start August the 11th. Xana and Ethan. Oh, you heard they were some YouTubers will tell you as well that Xana and Ethan were the targets. Ethan had some kind of brawl at the the frat party, and so someone from the frat party came over and killed Ethan. That's what it all started with, you guys. If that was the case, let's open up, let's think. If that was the case, the FBI, the state police, the people that came out of town to help investigate this murder would not have stayed at the frat house, because that too became a crime scene. It's not the case.
Do you think there's a big possibility he's done something like this before? Not to this extent.
Well, we know.
He's know what?
Well, we do know from other people that have talked about him, like, when that girl had met him on Tinder or whatever it was, and how weird he was, and he told her she had perfect birthing hips. I think he was out looking for it, figuring things out. Listen, there are other. I think he's at least been in people's houses before.
Oh yeah.
I really do. I don't know if he's ever been in this one.
He's sneaked in and he's been watching them. And
yeah, and then you've got, it's just now coming out where there was another case, and I showed it on the last one. If you go back and watch on the playlist, I think it was the last one we did, part 3, where we showed those 2 girls that were living in that one house, and somebody had been in their house. Remember? And then there was another time where two or 3 girls were living there or whatever, and we have the police cam footage on that one, and somebody was coming in their house and they actually heard him. I mean, they kicked him away. Was that him?
see, sort of me. Wondered if would that come out in court, like?
Oh yeah. If they've been able to prove it, if they've got his DNA out of there, then it's going to come out. It's going to come out. Everything's going to come out. That girl who talked about meeting him on that dating site and going out with him, all of it, she's going to testify, y'all. That's why they're saying this case is going to be 6 to 8 weeks long. There's a lot. The list is going to be ridiculously long of testimony that's going to come into this.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Hi, Joyce.
Hi, Joyce.
Soon, girl. Yes, Pink Fan. It was moved out of Latah County into Boise, Idaho. And that is the same courtroom that Lori Daybell and Chad Daybell were tried in as well. So, yeah, I think it's a good thing that they moved it. I hate it for the families that they're going to have to drive farther, but they'll work it out. I mean, if it was me, if I had to drive 3 states away and get a Airbnb for 8 weeks, I would do it to see it to the. I would want them to do it to make sure I get an unbiased jury.
Yeah.
All right, let me pull up this really quick. Maggie, are you okay? Do you have to go? Do you have to?
I'm just waiting for Alex to come up now. As soon as he comes up, I'll let you know.
Okay.
It's
All
late
right.
for him. It's after 12, but come on.
Who does he think he is?
Who does he think it is staying up at this hour?
Jesus, we need some money. If he thinks he's staying home tomorrow and not going to earn money, got another thing coming.
Telling you, thinks he's lying in. He's got no chance getting kicked out the beds.
All right, let's listen to this. This says Brian Kohberger's friend said the accused killer was overweight and bullied in school. Oh, shoot me. Where am I at? Oh, there we go. Hold on. I'll rewind it. I got it turned off. Got the sound turned off.
4 University of Idaho students to death. Brian Kohberger appeared in an Idaho court yesterday. He has not entered a plea yet. According to an affidavit unsealed Thursday, DNA was found at the crime scene on a knife sheathed near one of the victims. Investigators also detail a chilling interview with the surviving roommate. She said she heard crying inside the house the night of the murders, and she saw a man dressed in black clothing and wearing a mask walk past her bedroom. For this week's 48 Hours, correspondent Peter Van Zandt spoke to Kohberger's friends and colleagues.
Before his arrest, Brian Kohberger was studying for a PhD in criminology and was a teaching assistant in the Department of Criminal Justice at Washington State University, roughly 8 miles from the scene of the crimes. Benjamin Roberts took 4 classes with Kohberger and thought he was highly intelligent.
He seemed very comfortable around other people. He was fairly quick to offer his opinion and thoughts.
This is out of character for Brian, these allegations.
Monroe County Public Defender Jason Labar represented Kohberger at his extradition hearing.
That Brian is a caring son and brother.
Kohberger and his sisters grew up in a small town in the Pocono Mountains.
In that picture.
His father was a maintenance worker and his mother worked in the school system.
Brian was really funny. He wasn't outgoing at all. But he also wasn't shy.
Bree, who asked us not to use her last name, says she met Kohberger in high school when he was an average student with only a few close friends. In his yearbook photo, the caption says Kohberger aspired to be an Army Ranger.
However, he was an overweight kid, so he did get bullied a lot.
But all that changed, says friend Casey Arntz, when in his senior year, Kohberger lost about 100 pounds.
It was after that weight loss that a lot of people noticed a huge switch in him. My brother has since come out to say that even though they were friends, Brian bullied him. He would put him in like chokeholds and stuff like that.
Bree claims that's also when Kohberger started using heroin.
You just saw him becoming more self-destructive.
Casey says she last saw Kohberger in 2017, when it appeared that he was sober and focused on his new passion, criminology. Bree says many are now left wondering.
Where did it go wrong? What happened?
Peter Van Zandt joins us now from outside the courthouse in Moscow, Idaho. Good morning, Peter. How are you doing?
Hey, Nate. I'm doing all right.
So Kohberger's interest in criminology makes this case stand out, but we are now hearing that he once applied for an internship at a police department. What more can you tell us about that?
Well, in the fall of 2022, Kohberger applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department, which is about 8-9 miles from where these grisly murders occurred. And some people here are now wondering, was he studying the law to one day help prevent crime, or was he trying to come up with the perfect crime? And keep in mind that I interviewed one of the fathers of these 4 kids who was convinced that this was a meticulously planned murder and not an act of passion.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Looking forward to your report. And you can see Peter's report, The Idaho Student Murders, on 48 Hours tomorrow night at 10/9 Central, right here on CBS and streaming on our service, Paramount Plus. We'll be right back.
Wow. What'd y'all think about that? And there's plenty more out there, you guys. I could just bring it up over and over again of people talking about it. His students, you know, because he was a student teacher. How much after the murders he changed. He really did. He, you know, he used to be one of the guys said in an interview that had him as a student teacher, said before he was just this hard ass. Like, you know, he said nobody ever got an A. He said it didn't matter what you did. He was smarter than you, so he wasn't going to give you an A. He was very condescending when it came to criminal, because that's what he was doing, the criminal psychology stuff or whatever. And he said after the murders, he's like, it's like he wasn't even reading. He wasn't concerned anymore. He was just given. He said he showed papers. He's like, just started giving us an A. And everybody was like, what's going on with Brian? You know?
Concentrating on anything.
Yeah, he couldn't. Yeah, because now he had something else to concentrate.
Yeah. Well,
Digital.
Lee, I'm going to bow out now, love. Alex just come off bed.
Okay. I love you, Maggie.
Yeah, love you too, Gail. Good night and God bless to everyone. Have a good day and a good night wherever you are. And I'll speak to you tomorrow, Lee. I'm going to be listening.
All right, honey. I love you. Feel better.
Love you. I feel fine. Thanks. Good night and God bless. Good night, everyone.
Bye, Max.
Bye, love.
Digital Maniac says, what do you think set him off to do this? Conflict at his job or anger at one of the victims? Well, we know that he's had mental health issues for a very long time, all the way at least into what I think they said junior high school is what it was reported. He could have had longer than that. Because in high school, he was posting on Reddit different kind of questions about criminal stuff, like telling people don't dox themselves and stuff like that. But if you've ever murdered somebody, what did it feel like? How did you feel? How did you pick the victim, your victim? How did it feel after you killed them? You know, so he was looking for experience. He wanted people's experience as to what had happened. He also put in, I don't think this was on Reddit. This was on some kind of forum for, and I forget which one it was. It was a forum for mental health, about how he feels like I gotta find it. I gotta find it because it's so fascinating. He talks about himself in a long descriptive post, and he talks about how he feels like a nobody in his family. And this is in high school. He posted this. He feels like a nobody in his family. He feels nothing when somebody hugs him or says, I love you. He has visual snow, which is visual snow is described as static. When you see the static on the TV set, that kind of thing in your brain. I don't get visual, but I get it in my ears where I hear it right before I'm going to pass out. I'll hear shh, that white noise stuff, and I know I'm going to pass out. He also has problems with tunnel vision, but his main concern was the visual snow that he had. And that's what I think happened during this crime, and why Dylan Mortensen was not killed. I think he went into tunnel vision. He went into digital snow. Maybe he was totally exhausted, and all he saw was just getting to that door, and that's it. I don't think he saw her there. So I think there is a lot of mental health. I think he could not understand why he was the way he is. I'm with Peter Van Zandt on this, where Peter says, did he seek to become a criminologist because he wanted to help people, or because he wanted to commit the perfect crime? And this is how he would go about it. I do think that he thought until he realized that he left the knife sheath. If he had not left the knife sheath, you guys, he probably did commit the perfect crime. Probably did. Unless they've got a license plate on him going through there, and they would know to get that. So I don't know. That's good. That'll have to come out in court too. But I also think he knew that he left the knife sheath when he left there, and I think, you know, that it talks a lot about how, if you're studying if you know anything about true crime, and you guys all do, I don't have to tell you this, a lot of times perpetrators will come back to the scene of the crime because they want to see how people are reacting to it, what the police already know, what they don't know. It's kind of a trophy, you know, it's a thrill. Did he come back to the scene of the crime at that time? Because it was before the police were called. It was 4 hours later that they believed that he came back and drove past. Did he come back because he was going to go in to wanted to retrieve the knife sheath, or was he coming back just for the thrill of it, like a lot of people do? I don't know. Maybe we'll never know the outs of that. But if you believe that Papa Roger on Facebook was Brian Kohberger, and I do, the first one, the beginning one, not all the ones that were made up after he left. And he was the first person before the police ever put out the knife sheath. You guys, they just said that they were looking for a large military style knife. That's all they were saying. They didn't talk about the knife sheath. That Papa Roger person on Facebook said that he believed that the reason why the police knew that it was a large military style knife is possibly because the perpetrator left a knife sheath at the scene. Y'all, he's the one that said it. The police didn't say that. That didn't come out at all till we had a PCA. How would he have known that? I wouldn't have even thought about that, would you? I mean, I'm not a forensic person. I'm not a cop. I just try to think with everything common sense. That's how I go about things, what makes sense to me. But I mean, and I'm gonna be honest with you, if I was going to commit the perfect crime, I wouldn't have brought the damn knife sheath with me. Less is more. But I think he had a kill kit, meaning I think he had some kind of bag that he was going to strip off and put all of whatever he was wearing into that bag, tie it up to keep DNA out of his car, and throw the weapon into it too, and he disposed of it. That's what I think the kill bag was. And instead of just putting the knife in there, it was a dangerous knife. Could have stabbed himself for all I know. Maybe what he was thinking, or maybe he was badass. Maybe, you know, I don't know. Maybe he had it in his back pocket with the knife sheath. Because he had it in his back pocket, he wanted to make sure that he didn't hurt himself with it. And so when he pulled it out, you know, he just, in all the fighting with Kaylee, it just got left it there. Maybe that's what happened. I don't know. So who knows? We won't know until trial. And, you know, I think it's still going to be speculation, even with the police, as to why the knife sheath was left there, because they weren't there and they don't know his thinking. So I think that's just something we're always going to speculate about, because it ain't like whoever did it's going to stand up. Well, guys, check it out. I walked in the room. It was in my back pocket. I pulled it out, see, and I took the knife sheath off. And I just set it down for a second, not even thinking. And then everything happened. And then I was like, damn, you know, they're not going to do that. Love you too, JB. Love you so much. So that's probably one of the things that we'll never get the answers to at all. I do believe Pink Fan, I do believe that he has a trophy. As what trophy, I don't know. But he's being charged for burglary. Now, I did look that up to see how can they, does something have to actually be taken in a residence to be charged with burglary? There were a couple things I found out in that. You don't actually have to take something from a home to be charged with burglary. You actually just have to enter a home without an invitation, and you could be charged with burglary. But he also took 4 lives, whoever it was, in that home. So that's actually, so maybe he didn't get a trophy. I don't know, but I just can't see him not having a trophy. I don't know, but maybe he hasn't gotten this. I mean, Joyce says that she believes that he's killed before. I don't know. I don't think I don't know. I don't know. I know it's the last time he'll kill again, though. I'll tell you that. Thank you guys so much for being here. We appreciate you so much. Will you do me a favor and hit the like for me? Let me take that one off. Let's bring up this one. I hope you guys are learning something from this. I hope that this is of some value to you. I hope you're taking it like I'm taking it. I'm taking it. All right, this says, this also comes out of Fox 10 in Phoenix, and this came out January 16th, 2023. And we're using this for educational purposes. All right. And it says, Idaho murder suspect Brian Kohberger had normal conversation with neighbor. You heard about these murders? ? So let's see what the neighbor has to say for himself.
Days on that quadruple murder investigation in Moscow, Idaho. Tonight, we're looking back at what's happened this week and what's next for the suspect's trial.
I don't necessarily like it right next to the Boys and Girls Club. You know, there could be a different place, you know, maybe farther down.
Plus, pushback against a new facility in Linwood. See why neighbors don't want the building around and why some working for the city say they didn't know it was being built.
And it is going to be a damp and breezy weekend at times. Already starting to see some of that rain rolling across western Washington.
Oh, come
we'll talk
on.
about why and what we can expect coming up.
But we begin tonight looking back at how much has happened in the past 7 days. From an arrest to a deluge of new details surrounding the murder of 4 students who attended the University of Idaho. And the man accused of those killings, Brian Kohberger, could face the death penalty, which is legal in the state of Idaho. Good evening, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Matthew Smith.
And I'm Nia Wong. Looking at Kohberger's charges, any one of those 4 counts of murder could bring him that sentence. It could also land him in prison for life with no chance at parole.
Fox 13 News reporter AJ Janavel is live for us in the newsroom. And AJ, one of the victim's parents seems to be pushing for that death penalty.
Speaking to Fox News, Steve Gonzalez said as more and more evidence is revealed, he feels confidence his family will get justice.
Each line gave me a little bit more confidence that we were in a very good position.
Steve Gonzalez, father of Kaylee Gonzalez, one of the 4 victims in the Idaho murders, hopes the 18 pages of evidence against Kohberger means closure. Affidavits unsealed this week provide answers to questions we've asked for months. Fox 13 News reported investigators found Kohberger's DNA at the scene on a knife sheath, and surveillance cameras captured his car driving around the area around the time of the murders. Documents say Kohberger returned to the scene of the murders just a few hours later, around 9 in the morning, according to cell phone records. Investigators saying Kohberger stayed at the scene for about 10 minutes. All of this happening hours before even law enforcement arrived on scene. Investigators also say Kohberger's phone pinged near the student's home at least a dozen times prior to the November murders. Gonzalez says the death penalty is the only way to bring his family justice.
I want this case to get stronger and stronger to the point where he realizes that he's not going to be on the planet that long.
And through all of this, Kohberger says he believes he'll be exonerated. That's according to his public defender. Matthew, Nia.
Okay. Let me stop this real quick so they don't keep going. All right, maybe they'll stop it. All right, this says Moscow, Idaho. Nope. No. That's what they're trying to do. Okay. Moscow, Idaho. In the days following the murders of 4 University of Idaho students, Brian Kohberger had a seemingly normal conversation about the event with his neighbor. Fox News spoke to the neighbor who says Kohberger initiated the conversation. University of Idaho students Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Xana Carnoto, and her boyfriend Ethan Chapin were stabbed to death in the early hours of November 13 in Moscow. Brian Kohberger, a PhD student in criminology at nearby Washington State University, has been charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder and felony burglary for the quadruple homicide. He actually says, "Have you heard about the murders?" Fox Nation host Nancy Grace. Nancy, hold it. Wait a minute. What? Wait a minute. Hold it. Nancy's talking. He actually says, "Have you heard about the murders?" Fox Nation host Nancy Grace asked Kohberger's neighbor, who wished to remain unnamed. "Yeah," the neighbor said. He's like, "Yeah, it seems like they don't have any leads." The neighbor told Fox Nation Kohberger had suggested in an early theory that the murders were a crime of passion. He said that the interaction ended shortly thereafter. Gray said Monday that Kohberger's father, while helping him move into the apartment, asked if the neighbor would be friends with his son. Wow. So Daddy Kohberger asked the neighbor if he would be friends with his grown-ass son. Y'all, something's wrong with that. My kids would slap me. It's like setting up a play date, Grace said. At some point, the neighbor's wife said, "Don't bring Kohberger back. I've got a bad feeling. Do not have him back in this apartment." So I guess they did befriend him. And his wife said, negative. That boy's not coming in here. Okay? He's cray-cray. Grace said Kohberger's father has been characterized as straightforward, friendly, talkative person, and speculated that he may have been aware of the incident. "We all see our own children with blinders on, so I don't know how much he knew, but I didn't want to know," she said. The news that Kohberger's conversation with his neighbors came at the same time Kaylee Gonzalez's parents revealed that she had already moved out of the house at the time of the murders. She was reportedly visiting for the weekend. She wasn't even supposed to be there, Grace said. Kaylee was reportedly set to take an IT job in Austin, Texas, but she returned to her alma mater for the weekend to attend a party and to show off her new car to her longtime best friend, Madison, who was also murdered on November the 13th. "I am also learning that it could be evidentiary that she may not have been the target. Unless he was watching her on social, and knew she was coming back," Grace explained. So there you go. She also said, "This is heartbreaking because she almost missed the entire incident." Yeah, I think he knew she was there. Wouldn't you have to? But here's the deal. Let's think on this a minute. Nobody knew about that car. Kaylee had a new car. Kaylee only owned that car for 2 weeks. Not even Maddie, her best friend, knew what kind of car Kaylee had driven. So whoever the killer was would not have known who that car belonged to. Right? So unless she put it on socials that she was going to go for the weekend, he wouldn't have kept them. Right? Here's the other thing. If you guys do a drive-by or just do a Google search, just do this. Do Google Earth search or just look up the neighborhood, you guys. The parking here in this neighborhood is horrendous, and it's so tight. These buildings are so tight together. Was it normal? Could it have been normal that some of these people's friends that lived in the area and maybe couldn't find a parking spot would pull up into the house? Could it be normal that it was normal to see other cars that didn't live at the house there because they're college students, so everybody's carpooling. I mean, that's what my son does. One time he drives, the next time somebody else drives, and there's a lot of different cars that don't even live at the fraternity that are there because my son's the one that's driving. Is that the norm? That it's normal to see other cars that you can't recognize there? That doesn't mean that they're there. We don't know, do we? We don't know. Just something else to think about. Kaylee's father said in an interview that he could tell she tried to call 911 or text 911 on her phone. Interesting. I don't think I've heard that. I'll have to look it up. Interesting. I will look that up. Let me write that down. Because to me, that changes things. Now, does he know that for a fact by her phone records? Or is it something he heard? Because if Kaylee tried to text 911 or call 911, then I would have to rethink my theory. Because I think Maddie was killed right away and Kaylee woke up. So I don't know that there would be time to push that button. Definitely not text. The last thing I would do is pick up a phone when there's a knife-wielding madman right next to me. I'd be fighting my ass off too. I wrote it down. Listen, I may not have the answers, but I write the stuff down, and the next one, I will have the answers for these questions that I've written down that I don't have them to. You guys are coming up with great questions. That helps me. And maybe I won't be able to find the answers because everything is we're not going to be able to answer everything. And that's okay, but at least I could tell you I looked, and we'll find out in court maybe. So I love the questions. Keep them coming. I'll write them down and I'll cover it in the next one. I appreciate that so much. Let's see. Jovelle, hello, sweetheart. Digital footprint. Her dad works in that field, I think. Wow. Yeah. Didn't he work? I know he worked. Wait, I thought he was a janitor at the school. Could be wrong. Pinky says, it's good to refresh and go back over things because by the time it comes to August, it'll be nearly 3 years. Exactly. And if you have a brain like mine, you're like, what? Hold on, I can't remember that. And there's still stuff I'm going to forget. And I'm going to ask you guys, did we go over that? I know. Whoa, 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 whoa. Gordon deleted. What did you just say? No. We love us some Nancy Grace here. Could the motive have been as pathetic as him wanting to challenge the criminal justice system, show how smart he was? Listen, it wouldn't put it. Listen, because when he applied to, you got to put a reason on most applications that you turn in and ask, hey, why do you want to work here? What do you think you can bring to something like that comes up on an application? And it said that he wanted to help the police with their understanding criminal minds or forensics or something like that. And for whatever reason, y'all police know shit, and he didn't get that job. According to Leanie, is so much better than Nancy. Can't ask Nancy anything, and she goes, looks up, and gives you the answer. Thank you so much. Are you going live at the trial, Leanie? Yes. Yes, that's why we're doing this. I will be live. Come hell or high water. Well, not hell, because I'm not going to hell. Come heaven or high water, I'm going live every day of the trial, even if Maggie and I are sitting here by ourselves. I'm going to have food out here eating, and I don't like to eat when I'm live. You guys, I think it's gross, but sometimes I can't help it. Wednesday has a lot to say on this subject. Yeah, she's walking around just whining. Just whining. That's what she does all the time. I do think that prosecution is going to give us their theory. I mean, they don't listen. You guys heard it. I played it for you. Prosecution does not have to prove a motive. That's not what they have to do. They don't have to give you a motive. All they have to do is prove that that person's the one that did it. But a lot of times, the police can figure out a motive, you guys. A lot of times. Because, well, it's not hard. Sometimes there's manifestos that have been left, right? I think everybody should leave them out. If you're going to create a crime, do me a favor. I hope you don't. I told everybody in my family, I was like, look at here, my DNA's in the database. Y'all don't be going out there doing any crazy shit because, listen, those people come to my door and say, you're linked to this. I'm giving them all y'all's criminal names. I'm not going to jail for you people. No. I'm telling them. I'm telling. Okay? If you're going to create some kind of crime, I've told my family this too. I'm going to need you to make it a little bit easier on me and leave a manifesto. That way, that question's just been answered. Why you did it. We want to know. We want to know why. Chris McDonough. His rap song is a good motive. I'm the devil, just saying. I need to look that up. Rap song. I think I heard that somewhere. Where did I hear that before? I've heard that somewhere. Don't remember where, but I'll figure it out. Yeah, it was the car of your dreams. That's right. He said that in an interview with Olivia. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. What worries me is he has a lawyer. She is good. They say she is good. And listen, I'm gonna be, listen, I criticize Ann Taylor. You guys, if you've been watching, if you've been following along, this is our fourth live in the series. And I think every one of the lives I have criticized Ann Taylor. I don't like her. And probably the reason why I don't like her I think I have a problem with a lot of. I could never defend somebody who I believe to be guilty. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I'd be like, nah, dude, you're guilty. Go to hell. That's me, right? So I struggle with someone's integrity that can do that. I understand everybody needs a job. Go be a job somewhere else. I struggle with integrity over money. No money in this world is worth me losing my integrity over. So I couldn't do it. Kudos to those that can, because I guess everybody needs a lawyer. I would do a really, really bad job because I'd be like, Judge, he said he was guilty, y'all. That would be me. So you don't want me as a lawyer. I don't like Ann Taylor. First of all, I don't like any lawyer that knows that their client is guilty and still will defend them. I would be like, nope, not doing it. Sorry. Oh, I'm the public defender. Well, I no longer have a job because I'm not defending him. That's what I would do. But I'm different. And I think a lot of people are different like that. But I also don't like her because I think she's sneaky. And I think when I watched her with Judge, the judge over in Latah County before this got moved down to Boise, I was like, all right, girlfriend, I see it. I mean, no woman knows a woman like a woman does. You men think you got women figured out? Y'all write that down. Write that down. That's a good, that is a very good saying. I need that on a bumper sticker. No woman knows a woman like a woman does. Okay, you men think y'all got us figured out? You don't. You don't. Because I know me, and I have used everything I've got to get out of tickets, and I've gotten out of tickets before. We're not dumb. God gave us personality and charm for a reason. And sometimes it's used on the wrong things, and then sometimes you get some gullible men that just do whatever you need them to because you're good at what you do. And I think Ann Taylor's good at what she did, and I think Judge was enamored. Listen, when a judge calls, listen, I'm not going to get into. There's things I don't like about her, but I will be the first to say this because I'm the first to say I don't like her. She's doing her job. I absolutely think that the Delphi defense team is crooked is long. I didn't like them, but I have to give it to them. They did their job. They created doubt, not in just, well, they didn't to the jury. The jury told them to fuck off. But everybody on YouTube, a lot of creators, they were like, oh, no, not guilty. They did their job. And that's what Ann's trying to do by putting out there that, what is not in the PCA, knowing full well that it doesn't have to. She's not the new kid on the block, y'all. Homegirl knows. And if she got the right judge, if it was Judge, baby Judge would have said, oh, you're right, Ann. You're right, honey. They didn't put that in the PCA. And then the prosecution will stand up and say, we need to revisit on what needs to be in a PCA. They're not going to let that go down lightly. Right? So I got to just say, I'm fast about criticizing her because I don't like her, but I also have to be just as fast with saying, bitch knows what she's doing. And all she's got to do is put doubt. That's it. That's it. She don't have to prove shit. She doesn't even have to prove doubt. But if she can make one person doubt, that's it. That's it. He's not guilty. She got another red rum case overturned. Yes, she did. That is true. That is true. I gotta pee. It's so eerie that a famous picture with all the roommates was taken that day. Right. They all seemed so happy, and Kaylee left such a nice comment on how lucky she was to be with them. So sad. Yes, digital. Yes. It's because they were having it was a great weekend. It was their homecoming game, right, for their school. And she had her her alma mater sorority was having a party that night. She wanted to go, and she wanted to bring her new beautiful car to show everybody. She had a lot to be proud of. A lot. She has a new job. She's stepping out really on her own. Moving to a new state. That's a big deal. She had a lot of big deal stuff going on. So I don't believe that unless Brian Kohberger or whoever you believe to be the perp in this unfortunate chain of events I don't believe they knew Kaylee was even there. I think he was surprised. And I don't think he came in to harm anybody else except for Maddie. I think Maddie pissed him off. I think he is an incel. If you don't know what an incel is, go back, listen to part 1 of the series. I think part 1 or 2, we talked about what an incel is. I think he is an incel. And Maddie pissed him off. And I think that's who he came in to kill. Surprise, surprise, Kaylee was in that bed with them. Surprise, surprise, when he came downstairs, he ran into Ethan or Xana. And that was that. Maggie. Is that Maggie? That has to be Maggie. Oh, get down. Oh, get down. Little girl. Y'all, this little girl. Maggie? I see you, girl. Okay, there goes Maggie. I don't know. All right, I have got to pee, so I'm going to put this on. And this is actually... Did I know? I did do this one. Okay. I'm sorry, you guys. Something stuck in my throat. All right, let's see. No one knows a woman like a woman does. That's right. No one knows a woman like a woman knows a woman. That's right. That's right. It's true. It's true. We women know each other. We know all the games. We've played them. We play them. Incel is a term associated with mostly online poop subcultures of people who define themselves as unable to find romantic or sexual partners despite desiring one, and who may blame, yes, objectify and degenerate women and girls as a result. Right. I really encourage you, if you have not watched or been a part of the series, to please consider going back and watching them. Put it on 125 speed. You'll get through them really fast. Hell, put on 1 point. I most of the time watch everything on 150, 1.5 times speed, unless it's someone I can't understand. But I'll really quick do it. Let me put on this. I want to say this is a 40. Wait a minute. Hold on. Maybe I already did this one too. I did not. This is good. Okay. I'm just going to let this one play. But before I do that, I want to thank everybody for being here. You're welcome to stay on. And I won't be interjecting too much in this, but it's so good that I hope you will listen to it in your ear or whatever. But before, and as soon as this is over, I'm going to shut this down, but I want this to play on here because it may answer some of the questions that have already been asked. I do have 4 questions that people have asked that I will be researching, and I will get the answers to if I can. If not, I'll let you know that we have to wait. I'm going to talk with Maggie and see if she wants to go ahead and do 2 of these a week. If you want to come along for that, you're welcome to. And I appreciate it. And I want to thank the mods for being here, keeping a clean chat, and for protecting all of us, giving us a safe place to land. Thank you so much to those that hung out in the bushes and those that came to chat. Without you guys, we don't have a channel at all if it wasn't for you. So thank you so much. Thank you for the great support. And listen, y'all be good or be good at it. If you can't be good at it, send me pictures, or I prefer video. It's like I need content. But anyways, I'm gonna let this play through. This is called The Night of the Idaho Students' Murders. I'm gonna let this play through, and then I'm gonna turn it off. And then probably tomorrow, Maggie will have this one loaded back up over to the playlist, on the playlist. I might go live later on tonight, which will be early morning for Maggie, which will be late at night for us, and evening time for those in Australia. I don't know yet. Depends on how I feel. So we could talk about a few things that I've got going on here that are exciting. But if not, I'll see you guys on the next According to Leanie. Thanks for being here. Hope you guys stick around and watch this with me. And I'll talk soon. Love you, Mags. Love everybody. Thank you. Thank you to the mods. Appreciate you so much. All right. Here one time really quick, guys. I just want to make sure that they don't, if for some reason this stops, it's because YouTube got me for playing this, and I'm sure it's copyrighted, but I think this has a lot of information in it, and I absolutely loved this. So if you're here for it, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And if for whatever reason YouTube stops it, I will break it down into pieces so that we could watch it on a future episode. All right. Hope you guys are here for it. Here we go.